We had a draft bylaw up before the board, and we were recommending some changes to our official community plans to address the environmentally sensitive development permit requirements, and also some changes to our development procedures bylaw to address how we take applications. And we also had a letter from a number of ministries and the Canadian Wildlife Federation, who was a party to keeping nature in our future. And the board was interested in hearing from them on sort of the other side of the story as to why we should not make changes. So long story short, we have a delegation before committee today that will address that on behalf of the ministries and Canada Wildlife Federation. So I'll turn it over. I'm not sure who's speaking on behalf of the delegation, but I'll just turn it over to the delegation. You can introduce yourself and give your bona fides.
Okay, great. Thanks for the opportunity today to connect on the proposed ESDP exemptions piece. I'll introduce myself, and then I've got colleagues in the room here and online, and I'll allow them to introduce themselves. My name's Eric Valdell. I'm the Director of Resource Stewardship for a new ministry called Land, Water, and Resource Stewardship. It's an amalgamation of Ministry of Forests staff and Ministry of Environment staff. And really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I've had the shared responsibility of managing for species at risk and sensitive ecosystems with governments at many levels. And this is a really important topic, so appreciate again the opportunity to speak to the board here today. I live and work in Secwepemc Traditional Territory in Kamloops, and pleased to be a visitor in Silt Traditional Territory. My colleagues also work there and also work on the traditional territories of the Songhees and Esquimalt and Algonquin First Nations in the Victoria area. So I'll pass things around first to the group in the room, and then to Celine next, and then Darcy.
Hello, my name is Laura Guild. I'm sitting here in the building at the RDOS. I'm the Director of Aquatic Habitat for the new ministry, Land and Water Resource Stewardship. But I have a career with the provincial government in the Penticton area, working with the ecosystems group and with the RDOS on building things like the mapping products and the ESDPs. Look forward to talking to you.
Hi, I'm Jamie Leatham. I'm an ecosystems biology based here in Penticton with the same ministry. And I've been working with the RDOS on some referrals and on issues like this CSDP one.
Thanks, everyone. Good morning. My name is Celine Davis, and I'm an Executive Director of the Ecosystems branch in the newly created ministry, same as the people you've just met, in Land, Water, and Resource Stewardship. My role is to lead on the development of conservation and biodiversity species at risk legislation and policy, but also planning tools and supporting regional operations in terms of delivering on those, and also conservation science. I'll pass it over to Darcy.
Hi there, Darcy Henderson. I'm the head of stewardship with the Canadian Wildlife Service. We're a branch of the federal government in the Department of Environment and Climate Change Canada. And with stewardship, we are responsible for the carrot when it comes to conservation. We manage a variety of funding programs and tax relief programs for conservation of wildlife habitat and species at risk. So thank you.
Okay, so I'll just get our PowerPoint up here. We can probably go to start the slideshow. There we go. Okay, we can go to.
I can't see it again. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. Oh, it's not. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna go share screen.
Just navigating the big movie theater board here. That's very impressive.
Oh, that's good. That's the thing. Then share.
Okay,
I think we got it. And then hit share. And go back up to slide 2 for the start.
okay.
Okay, I think we're rolling. And we can just go straight to slide 2 here. And really the purpose of today's session and today's presentation is for us to provide some background and rationale for proposal to the board to defer this motion for a year while we invest and partner in an effectiveness audit to help inform discussion and deliberations by the board. And maybe I'll just kind of ask Darcy to say a few words on this slide as well.
Certainly, I know that in letters that we sent to the regional district, we recommitted to provide funding to help cover the costs of an environmental planner. It's something that we've done since about 2008 through a funding agreement with RDOS that really funded the South Okanagan-Similkameen Conservation Program. But part of that was supporting an environmental planner. We haven't had one in place now for just over a year, but it's something that we're still committed to. So I just wanted to put that up front in case that was a limiting factor in some of the decision making here. Okay, and next slide. There we go. I was also going to provide a little bit of context why we're here today. Of course, the province can speak for themselves, but both the province and the federal government have a variety of legislation and mandates for protecting and enhancing biodiversity, including the Federal Species at Risk Act. And many local governments also make this same commitment. And even from the official community plan of the regional district, there's a statement there about maintaining and sustaining a healthy environment by encouraging the enhancement of ecological systems and protecting biodiversity. I wanted to point out today that the majority of these sensitive lands where biodiversity exists is largely in the valley bottoms, and it's largely privately owned land. And the tools that we have to try and manage and protect biodiversity are often at a local government or municipal level. And the environmentally sensitive development permitting process is probably the main tool for private land conservation that we have. Next slide, please. This is a map of British Columbia outlining where critical habitat has been identified for a variety of species at risk across the province. Large areas of the eastern part of the province are where caribou exist. On the west coast, we have marbled murrelet and other species at risk. But one thing that really stands out is this red glowing hotspot in the south. And we can zoom in on that with the next slide. This is the outline of the regional district boundaries. And what you see in here is a lot of overlapping critical habitat. So where we get a red color is where you have multiple layers of critical habitat, many different species at risk. Overlapping there. Much of that red area is between Penticton and Osoyoos. There's a little bit in the Similkameen Valley as well, up towards Karamias. And there's relatively little and none in some of the higher elevation forested mountains within the regional district on Crown land. So again, just emphasizing the point here that much of the biodiversity and biodiversity conservation concerns are valley bottoms and private lands. Next slide, please. So before the Species at Risk Act was created in 2002, there was a federal provincial agreement called the National Accord for Species at Risk. And I'll point out a few important points. One is there was general agreement that stewardship should be the first consideration, that we should be recognizing and financially supporting voluntary and proactive actions by any Canadian. So it could be non-governmental organizations or it could be local governments. There was also provisions put into the Species at Risk Act to make sure that local and provincial government jurisdictions were recognized so that they could apply their own tools, whether those were bylaws created under local government act authorities or other provincial instruments. And then the federal government would focus on areas of their jurisdiction first, which is largely federal lands or fish, aquatic species, and migratory birds. But there is a safety net provision within the Species at Risk Act for the federal government to step in and apply emergency protections or other protections where those don't exist under local or provincial laws. So next slide, please. So these are just some clippings from various media sources that outline how these emergency protections or federal safety net have been applied, or where Canadians have been petitioning for the federal government to apply them. In the city of Montreal and surrounding suburbs, the western chorus frog has had critical habitat protected on private lands. The threat there was urban development. And now you've got a situation where Canadian Wildlife Service biologists are the ones reviewing development permit applications to ensure that there's protection of critical habitat for this frog. In British Columbia, there have been petitions in place to have critical habitat legally protected for caribou, as well as for spotted owl. And in both of those cases, the province and federal government are investing millions of dollars and working together to try and avoid getting to that stage of an emergency protection order and federal jurisdiction being applied on provincial and private lands. Next slide, please.
Okay, and I think Darcy's going to pass it over to me now. So I'm going to give us a little bit of an overview of some of the history that led us to where we are now, and summarize where we're at, and then open it up for discussion. And so for those of us that haven't been around or involved in the RDOS ESDPs since the early 2000s, even in the late 90s, I just wanted to highlight some of the investments. So some of this comes at a provincial scale, and then some specifically with the RDOS. And so both the province and the feds in the late 90s, early 2000s invested quite a bit in in local government species at risk protection, delivering workshops, setting up toolkits which provide the standards or direction on how bylaws can be built, producing some mapping and supporting the products that spin off of the mapping in order to establish the ESDPs. And then specifically in the RDOS, just highlighting the reason why we're here and some of the investment that we've put in, knowing, as Darcy just showed you, the hotspot that this area is. Both the feds and the province have spent a significant amount of not just dollars, but time in helping build a product here to help protect on private land.
Yeah. Did you want me to add to that, Laura? Just pointing out that these investments to the regional district were made through contribution agreements from the federal government for the South Okanagan-Similkameen Conservation Program. But the regional district was the financial recipient of that, and the shared environmental planner provided services to Summerland and Penticton, as well as within a variety of electoral areas in the regional district.
Thanks, Darcy. And then just going back to what was talked about at the start of the session is the current ESDPs that are in place. They were enacted in 2017, and that took about 4 years of work, pretty closely with the SOSCP. So for those of you that don't know, that's a conservation program that has multiple partners, including yourselves and the province and the feds and many other organizations, largely funded through CWS and the province. So that group worked with RDOS to put in these ESDPs, and that included revising some mapping, revising some of the tools or a suite of information that's needed to be combined with the mapping in order to make the ESDPs work. And then just the second bullet there, just to highlight, and most of you are probably aware that this was a lengthy process that involved consultation and feedback with the public. So just making sure that that's highlighted and the awareness is out there. And then lastly, again, something you're probably familiar with, but both the RDOS and SSCP did do a review of the ESD process in 2018, so a year after it was implemented. And there was some recommendations in that we need to go back and revisit for improvements. So just something to keep in our minds as we move forward. So just to go through a quick summary, Darcy was highlighting the hotspot that this area is. Darcy again highlighted that this is the main tool for private land conservation. So that's the significance of this motion that's been put in place. There has been significant investment, probably, in the realm of $1 million put into the RDOS to build this product. It meets all our mandate commitments. And so there's some alignment there with the 3 levels of government. And then the tool already exists. So we have something, we're not starting from scratch. We recognize it's not perfect. We've seen that in the monitoring and follow-up that we've done. And we recognize that we need to put in some investment to continuously improve this product. And then the last bullet, I just wanted to highlight that that there isn't, obviously in the Okanagan, we have a high alert for wildfire, and people are sensitive to that and the pressures that come from wildfire. And I just wanted to make sure that it's clear to everyone that safety obviously comes first when it comes to things like ESDPs, and that there isn't a conflict with the fire smart practices. And so we need to make sure that it's built in such a way that that conflict doesn't exist. And so just to sum it up, we're here, we're asking for a year defer on the decision that's been put forward, or the motion that's been put forward. We're coming to you with the federal government and the province wanting to support a partnership to invest in a monitoring or an assessment of this tool and look for ways of improvement. This assessment that we're looking to do is provincial in scope, so it's not focused specifically on the regional district, although we'd like to use the RDOS as a bit of a pilot or a bit of a starting place for that review. And I'd just like to open it up to any questions or comments.
Thank you. Director Roberts, please.
Thank you to the chair, and thank you for that presentation. My first question is, who takes the lead in coordinating between, let's say, the private land, First Nations, provincial, and local government? And is there a single point of contact in regards to the initiation of an issue, a question, etc.? Because there seems to be so many players and so many cogs at the wheel, and some of the wheels seem to be somewhat separate from each other. So just wondering who initiates, who's the lead in regards to coordinating between all these groups? Thank you.
Someone there that cares to field that one, please?
Yep, who of us wants to respond to that one?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Go for it. What's been our past experience?
So there is a lot of players. I think you're right. There is some complexity. It depends on what the issue is that comes forward. The team that sits here in the Penticton Ministry office that Eric Beldell is the director of tends to be the main source or main point contact, and that they've been that direct liaison. We speak with regional districts throughout the valley and into the Kamloops area all the time to try to address some of the concerns and comments. So I don't know if I have a super straightforward answer for you, but I would say that for now it's Eric Beldell's shop that you can come to. We work quite closely with Darcy and his team, and Celine and her team, so that we can help direct things as they need to be.
Yeah, I could try to add to that as well, that provincially anyway, there is a species at risk coordinating committee where multiple ministries of the province meet with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, with Canadian Wildlife Service, and Parks Canada to discuss at least the Species at Risk Act aspects. But there's also a local government working group for species and ecosystems at risk. that the province coordinates as well with communication through UBCM, so that there's some connection and communication with the municipal governments. But of course, from that map that you saw, you can see that it's not evenly distributed across the province. Some municipalities and local governments have a lot more issues with species at risk than others. Some it's not on the radar at all. So there's a couple of different forums where people can make those connections.
Thanks, Darcy. Yeah, so just to highlight, there are various forums. Generally, your ecosystem bios who report up through Eric have their fingers in all those pots, so they're able to help make those connections.
Thank you.
Could I do a follow-up?
Yes, sir.
So again, also looking at, and I heard the different parts, or whether or not DFO, Parks Canada, local government working group. I don't see or haven't heard right now on how that works with dealing with our First Nation brothers and sisters as they move forward with plans, working especially under the UNDRIP and things that are moving forward. And so how does that get integrated in this discussion? Because again, we deal with the sticky wicket of federal versus provincial and then local, and so you want to see a cohesive flow of communication, and how can we be better at helping that move along anyways as well, if you have any suggestions. And that's the end of my query. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Roberts. Anyone care to field that one?
It's Celine Davis here. Maybe I'll add a little bit at a higher level here. One of the things that, in terms of that, what you've just raised, is one of the reasons why this new ministry has been created, in terms of how we're going to be implementing the Declaration Act and how that, in collaboration with local governments, in collaboration with nations, and coordinating with the provincial and federal government. And so it's early days. We're 21 days into the creation of the ministry, but basically I can say that there's an approach in terms of really looking regionally, how we're doing land use planning, how we're helping to coordinate it, to have that coordinated approach. So there'll be more on that coming up in the next few months. And definitely Eric's team will be key in terms of working on these new approaches, in terms of how we're going to be coordinating. Eric, anything else to add to that from your end?
Yeah, thanks, Celine. So we also have, to augment that, we have a variety of forums with Silk partners, especially related to wildlife and other values. So that's also kind of a connection that we've established and we can leverage. That being said, can other kind of more direct contacts be made through some of the process improvements that were originally identified in 2018, and maybe through an additional review need to be established? That's definitely a possibility. So there's a variety of opportunities, new mandates, and learnings that that we've had in the last couple of years with implementing UNDRIP and thinking about how to work with our First Nation partners better.
And on the federal side, we have separate individual bilateral agreements with various Indigenous groups, including Penticton Indian Band, Lower Similkameen. We're working on one. Okanagan Nation Alliance, as well as some Indigenous organizations like Anaukan Center or the Inkameet Desert Cultural Center. So we have separate funding agreements. Often our Indigenous partners like those bilateral agreements with the federal government, in part because a lot of things on reserve lands anyway are regulated by the federal government. So we have a particular relationship with them that's almost independent of what's happening in the rest of the regional district or with the province. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, Director Gattens, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you for your presentation today. And I think our responsibility of the board is to make sure we do have an informed decision. And I have taken a look at the recommendations from 2018, and I think most of the board has as well. And knowing that it's not a perfect system, but there's a team with a lot of different expertise around the table that want to try and make improvements on the system, I think is fantastic. I think it's really great too that there's a new ministry created. It feels like we're a good place to pilot some of this new work and these new ideas and relationships that you're bringing, just given what you just showed us on the map and how much endangered species we have. And most of that is on private land. I think we have an obligation to make sure we really think this through. So I support your recommendation to defer, and because we need more information. I don't think we have enough information to get rid of this in the ESDPs right now. So I just want to share that and say thanks for coming. It was a really good presentation.
Thank you, Director Gettens. Do you need a reply from anyone for that?
No, are we looking for a motion or anything, Chair, or is this just for information?
It's an information motion at this, or a meeting at this point.
Well, thank you. Thanks for everybody just being nimble and being able to come together so quickly for us. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Director Allison, please.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm watching on my phone or on my computer, but I'm also on my phone. I'll try and mute my volume on my computer so that you can hear me. I do have a couple of comments to make and questions, I guess. As a rancher and a very large landowner, yes, it's interesting to me that these species are mainly in the private land. So I think we need to take a lot of that into consideration as we move forward on any decisions that we make. There's probably a reason why a lot of these species are still on that private land, because it is being protected. I note that you did not make any mention of Nature Trust, Land Conservancy, or Parks Canada's initiative with the South Okanagan Smelkameen, not sure what that's called anymore. It's not called the proposed park. It has a different title, but there's a whack of conservation that is already taking place. So how does that fit into this? As well, I know that the BC Cattlemen's Association also has projects in place, particularly in the South Okanagan, with best management plans in place that protect certain specific species. So I completely agree that conservation is a very necessary tool that we need to use, but I think we need to look at the broad picture of it. Thank you.
Is it okay to respond to that?
Yes, please. Sorry, I had myself on mute.
Okay. Yes, I appreciate the comments, and I think we welcome the opportunity to come back and share some of that information with you if you'd like to hear it. This is a very complex way to manage species at risk. We aren't just coming to the regional district. We have a whole suite of tools that we use. We establish thresholds and benchmarks. There's science that's put in to help figure out what those recovery targets are and how to meet those recovery targets. So this is one piece, but it's a significant piece in managing for those species and those habitats. So again, if you're interested in hearing more about the suite of tools we use and how they all fit together, I'd be happy to come back and provide that.
And Darcy, did you want to show that pie chart?
Well, we could, but I think to the question that was asked there, I just wanted to point out Canadian Wildlife Service invests several $1 million in Nature Trust, Nature Conservancy of Canada, Ducks Unlimited, and other organizations. Okanagan Smelkameen Stewardship Society being another, as well as the British Columbia Cattlemen's Association and their species at risk programming. All of it depends on willing landowners as well. And there are a lot of willing landowners for all those organizations to partner with. Sometimes they acquire properties, or sometimes they just help private landowners do positive things on their own private lands. And there's no encumbrance on title or anything that lasts afterwards. It's all about supporting voluntary actions and stewardship first. So as Laura mentioned, I'd be more than happy to give another presentation about what all the partners are doing and how we support them in those actions.
Thank you. Given the circumstances, I'm sure we will be talking to you again in the future. Director Roberts, please.
To the chair, and sorry for just wanting to add this because I'm hoping to maybe talk with Mr. Henderson later. It just tweaked with me a little bit when he stated in regards to the one of the bands that they're in discussion now, something in the process. And what I wanted to know in my area of Area G, I'm looking at the Ashenola Water Basin, and I know that there's some discussions in regards to a possible upcoming declaration around the Ashenola, the Olalla Highlands, Skagit, and a couple other areas like even Tulameen. And if this is a part of those discussions, because again, this is kind of part of the query when things come and you hear things via the small town discussions, and you're wondering if this is actually happening at the higher levels. Is there a discussion going on, and how can we facilitate support, discussion, and dialogue? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Roberts. Anyone care to comment?
Just on that particular one, I think several of us received an invitation about this declaration for a protected area in the Ashenola Valley. I can tell you that Environment Canada does not currently fund that initiative, but we have been invited to that declaration ceremony.
Thank you. Director Coyne, please.
Actually, the chairman has a question, but you've ignored him.
I cannot see him.
Thank you, Director Knodel. I guess I'll be upfront. It was myself who had put the motion forward on changing the ESDPs originally. And the main reason for that boils down to one simple thing, and it's called cost effectiveness. The amount of time that it costs the landowner to do these studies is up to nearly 18 months of delay on a building permit at times. The cost to the individual landowner is in the neighborhood of anywhere between $1,500 to $5,000 on average. It doesn't sound like big money, but in terms of the number that we've had to date, we've had over 200 ESDP applications. So we're talking over $1 million in money spent there alone. And of those 200 ESDP reports, I guess made my way through 148 of them so far, and there's not a single one that you can look at and say, we found something that they can't build here, we need it to be shifted over to here. So the actual dollar value spent versus the benefit has been zero. The only recommendations that come to mind that I can see is there's a window for tree removal for when birds are nesting, which maybe we need to do a better job at advertising and making the landowners well aware of. But in essence, a 25-cent pamphlet could have done what all these 200 reports have so far done. And that's what bothers me about the ESDP process. Do I want to see conservation? Absolutely. But I want it to be cost effective and work for everybody. It just can't bog the system down. So one hand of the government is asking for us to speed up building houses, and the other one is telling us to slow down. So we need to get a balance here somewhere, and that's what I'd like to see. The 1 year deferral, I'm not sure I can support that unless we can have some guarantee that it's going to actually happen within a year. From the RDOS's perspective, we were supposed to review it after 1 year as of being in action, and it took us 24 months, and it was almost 3 years before we got anywhere to get a report back. So 1 year to me, I'm not sure it can be done, and if it was, I'd like to make sure that commitment is there from you folks.
I noticed Riley's hand was up. I don't know if Riley wants to speak first. Okay, I appreciate the comments, and Darcy, or Lynn, if you want to add, feel free. But I think that is exactly why we're here, is to let's commit to this year of doing some detailed monitoring with the right group of expertise in the room, doing the reviews and providing that informed information that you guys can then take to make a decision.
I think you're on mute, Chair.
My apologies. Director Gettens, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up with Director Pendergraft, because I know it's not a question of whether you value conservation, because anybody who spends a few minutes with you knows how important conservation is for you. So I understand the concern around the building, but we have a situation right now in Area F where we have a property that doesn't have any protection, and the soil disturbance that's happening is astonishing. And I've used my property as an example before, but we have a beautiful grassland gully that I would say is probably 80% natural, and it is now protected with the environmentally sensitive development permit, which is great, because whenever we choose to sell this property, the new owners will probably hear the same thing we did, which was, oh, you should rip this out and put in a vineyard. It's not a vineyard enough to make money. It just looks pretty to somebody who doesn't know how to appreciate what's there. So I think we have to give the time to find the information. I would agree with you too, that it's not, I don't know if a year is enough time either, especially, we all know how quickly we can move on things, and we've got recommendations from 2018 that we haven't been able to implement yet. But I do believe we have to give the process the time. And we've got people here that have made sure that they're here in front of us right now, and I think that has to be recognized as an indication of how seriously they're committed to working with us on this. So I want to give this project more time, and I cannot make a decision without making sure we all have the information we need to make the decision.
Thank you, Director Gettens. I didn't hear a question there, so I won't go to the panel with that one. Director Coyne, did you have a question other than defending Director Pendergraft? I get no response. So, Director Pendergraft, is there anyone in the board? I cannot see any of the people there that have a question.
Yes, we have Director Obrick.
Director Obrick, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. My question is specific to the 1 year, and I'd like to know if you can answer what do you plan to do in that year? Do you have something specific? 1 year is rather vague. I do agree with what Director Gettens has said completely, but I also agree with the concerns raised by Director Pendergraft, Chair Pendergraft, and I personally think we can do better with our bylaw, that we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We've got a lot of room here to do better and find better balance. But my question is, there's a lot of people here who I appreciate you all being here, but can you tell us, what do you plan to do in this year?
Thank you. To the panel.
Yeah, thanks for your question. What we plan on doing is committing our staff and some dollars to doing an effectiveness audit and scoping that out with the partners that need to be included. And maybe I'll just kind of look over at Darcy there to see whether there's anything you'd like to augment to that.
Certainly, whether it's our own staff time and data that we have available, we've done some analyses already looking at changes over time since the Species at Risk Act was put in place, and what are the actual land use changes that are happening? Where are those changes happening? Who is responsible for regulating those? And then lining that up with different regional districts that have ESDP processes in place, and what their experience has been. Certainly there was a 2018 audit on the one here in the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen, but there may be an opportunity to audit other ones and get lessons learned from those other local governments, so that a suite of recommendations can be provided to address many of the concerns that Pendergraft raised as well, about cost effectiveness and how those costs can be minimized. and how you can make this more effective so that people don't feel it's a waste of time, but that you're targeting where it needs to be applied. Yeah.
Thank you. Director Holmes, please.
Hi guys, thank you. I'm not sure who to put this to, but I'm just wondering, in respect to the shared environmental planner, who's responsible for hiring that person, and why has that position been vacant for so long?
I could address that. The shared environmental planner in the past was a contractor. That contract was paid by the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, but the arrangements and the selection of the contractor was done through the South Okanagan-Similkameen Conservation Program. That program had their longtime program manager leave for another job, and after some changes in coordinator, that organization's really on hiatus right now. And as a result, there's no contractors in place. There is no coordinator for that program. And the funding agreement is lapsing right now as well. Whether that environmental planner needs to be a contractor or whether they could be a staff member, I guess is up to the local governments to decide what's best for them in terms of how that service could be provided. But Environment Canada is still here willing to commit funds to offset the costs of that planner, whether it's salary, contract, what have you.
Thank you, sir.
Could I follow up on that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I think that's something we need to get our heads around too and figure out the role of that. I know in Summerland, we continue to budget for our share of that position, even though we're not spending the money, but we continue to budget for it. And so I think we need to know why we're budgeting for something that doesn't exist, and we need to. I think we always felt that person was very useful, for the share that we needed it for, and I think we need to figure out what the role of that person is, because I think they could be quite helpful in a situation like this.
Thank you, Director Holmes. Director Pendergraft, is there anyone else in the board that has a comment? You're muted, sir.
To the chair, I guess I'm wondering to CAO Newell, do we have capacity to do this year within our own organization?
CAO Newell, please.
Our intent, Mr. Chair, would be to see what committee wants to do today, and if they want to refer that back to administration for a report, we could look at our capacity to do that as well. I believe the bylaws we had up in March were deferred till after this hearing with the panel, so it would come back. And I think in conjunction with that, we'd bring our report as to whether we could provide the resources necessary to make any sort of consequential progress against what's been discussed today.
Thank you, sir. Director Monteith, does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Any other questions from the board? I'm seeing none on mine, but I do have a comment. I'm one of the people that is standing beside Director Pendergraft in this. There was a bit of a misconception when this started, or a misconcern, that we were trying to reduce the environmental conservation portion. But that's not the case. We're trying to strengthen it. The current regulation has some flaws in it. It's currently, for this area anyhow, it's triggered by building permits. But not only is it for development permits when you're building a new building, which definitely that has to be looked at, but it's also triggered by a building permit. And I'll use some examples. I have one low-income family is trying to replace a deck that was damaged by the flooding in 2018. And now they're faced with an environmental study that's more than the repair on the deck. And there's other examples similar to that in my area. So there's a flaw in that system. It's punishing people, and it's not adding any benefit to the conservation part of it. So this is predominantly a low income area too. So that kind of damage for people who are struggling to hold on to their homes is quite damaging. It's questionable to the enforcement, even when we do have these, whether we have a possibility of enforcing or whether it's even legal to enforce on some lands. So we'll have to figure that one out. This falls short for developers, and we've seen some examples of this. One of the examples was given to us was above Heritage Hills, was a development that went forward and caused considerable concern for residents in that area. And I've got two in this area that if they go forward, the process doesn't give it the strength to actually protect these very delicate lands. And I am very concerned about that. So I definitely like to see a strengthening of these rules where these upcoming projects are happening. And there's great pressure on the outlying areas from developers to move out. The land is a premium now. And not only do we have problems with our conservation system, if we allow this, we also have fire concerns that are going to grow in the future. And the big one in this area is water. We just do not have enough water. Water that we take away for a development will affect the environment in ways down the road that we haven't even really considered yet. So there's a lot going on here. I, for one, would like to see an upgrade in the system, but I'm not willing to see an upgrade in the system unless we have a protection for the people that own a home and are trying to do just general repairs. The triggering mechanism, I think, is the problem here. Overall lands need to be protected, but rebuilding your deck or adding a garage is not protecting the environment. It's punishing a current landowner quite often who can't afford these excess costs. So that's my main concern, and that's one of the reasons that without some guarantee, as Director Pendergraft put it, I would be reluctant to keep putting a hold on this. I have a number of people who just cannot afford these studies that are sitting there with projects that need to go ahead to better their homes, to increase the heat viability, the insulation viability, to repair decks that are becoming unsafe, etc. So we do need to have a window to move around this. I will leave it at that. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the panel at this point? Any comments from the panel with my little diatribe there?
Yeah, thanks, Rick. I appreciate the comments, and I captured a bunch of notes here. And I think that the combination of a partnership with yourselves and the feds and the province, and perhaps bringing in some of our First Nations partners, making sure that those types of concerns that your organization can bring forward are part of that scoping in terms of reference are going to be key in us figuring out the next steps. If we keep this in place, what are the improvements or changes we need to make? What are the exemptions that should be added or changed? All those pieces, the enforcement, are key in making this product better. So I appreciate it. I wrote it down, and I look forward to future conversations.
Thank you very much. One last call to the board to see if there's anyone here who wants to make a comment before we move on. Director Pendergraft, anybody in the? No. Thank you very much. I appreciate your input, your position. We're looking forward to talking to you in the future. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, we're coming close to our time, so we've got a few minutes for the quarterly report. CAO Noel, do you can you fit it in 6 minutes?
I think we'll give it a try, Mr. Chair. We have Mr. Garish and Mr. Petrie ready to go, and I think we should be close.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Garish.
Sure, thank you. I'll just get my screen share going here. And I'll try to be cognizant of time. Okay. All right, so hopefully my PowerPoint's up. So yeah, cognizant of time, I'll just quickly run through these slides. So as the board can see here, comparable number of building permits issued so far this year, but dollar value is significantly up. Bylaw enforcement complaints received, resolved, 23 new, 43 resolved, and also reference here to the bylaw coordinator position being approved in Q1. Okay. Just a pie chart showing some permit values for March. Area D being the big one, followed by Area E. And another look at that. So building permits again for March, historical breakdown over the last 6 years. So very impressive start to 2022. And again, we can see here another 6-year breakdown of numbers of permits issued for the month of March. So again, it's another busy year so far. Switching gears over to land use applications. So we're not quite as busy as building, at least in comparison to the previous years, but it's still up there. And you can see the breakdown by electoral area, so not surprising given the building permit activity, but E and D are the big ones, followed by C and A. Switching gears now to planning projects, and I'll just give some quick updates on these. So RGS review, so this is the look at the rural growth areas that's ongoing. We're a little bit behind. We'd hope to have the amendment options finalized into P&D in Q1, but we're now hoping to get that to you next month. And also in Q1, we did bring forward those discussion papers on the various housing affordability, economic development, food security, and hazard lands that the board's considered. Area G OCP is going along pretty well. We've had 2 of 3 focus groups with the OCP committee and the public. We have another one coming up next week. We're hoping to complete a preliminary draft of the OCP in Q2, and then to be able to present that to the OCP committee and the public for feedback. And that'll be ongoing Q2 and Q3. Very similar with Area E. So we were able to finish the background reports in Q1. We started the community engagement, which included public open houses and surveys. And in Q2, we're also hoping to continue with the drafting of the updated bylaw. Smaller projects now in comparison. So zoning bylaw consolidation for the Okanagan. Q1, we were able to bring that up to committee, and first and second reading was achieved. Q2, we've had the public hearing and 3rd reading, and it is up for consideration for adoption today on the regular board meeting. Work remains ongoing on the subdivision servicing bylaw. I'm trying to finalize the water and sewer schedules and hopefully get that forward to committee, ideally in Q2, but possibly Q3. Further to the discussion that was just had, ESDP. So yeah, the motion from the board previously was to defer first reading for the ministry to be able to present. The ministry is now presented, obviously. So we're anticipating bringing back first reading for consideration on May 5th. I can also probably give a sneak peek on our ability to accommodate an ESDP review in 2022. It's going to be very challenging, just given the list of other projects that we're working on, but we'll try to get a fuller picture of that for the board on May 5th. Metal storage containers, we'll be bringing that back to reread the bylaw, just to reflect the new zoning bylaw, probably May 5th meeting, and then seeking direction from the board on a public hearing for those changes. Noise bylaw, so we have redrafted the noise bylaw to account for the board's request for decibel measurements. It's currently being reviewed, and we're hopeful to have that back to committee hopefully in May for consideration. The Falder zone review, I just put that on here as a placeholder. It was deferred by the board pending the completion of the aquifer study for Meadow Valley. So there were no activities in Q1, and there's no activities planned for Q2 on that. West Bench Geotech is moving along. I believe we've had the public hearing, and 3rd reading will be coming up at a May meeting. Watercourse development permits. So this is the one dealing with the retroactive developments and direction from the province on compliance and inspections. Public hearing 3rd and adoption hopefully in Q2. Septic compliance. So this will probably be the last time we reference this one. It's our understanding that with the board's deferral of the proposed amendments that no further actions were directed. So there's nothing planned on these proposals going forward. Delegated development variance permits. So this is in response to changes to the Local Government Act, trying to finalize the background research as well as the form of the draft amendments for the board's consideration, and hopefully at a May meeting we can bring that forward for review. Temporary farm worker housing is getting close to completion as well, anticipating third adoption in Q2. A new addition to the list, which is coming out of the geotech report for the West Bench, is a soil removal and deposition bylaw for Area F. So staff have begun drafting the bylaw, and ideally we'll have it forward as well in Q2 and possibly a May meeting if we can, but it's proving to be a challenging bylaw to prepare. And just a couple of last items. OK Falls Dev, the recovery plan action on that is ongoing. The land use contract up at St. Andrews, I've got here discussions with the province remain ongoing, but they're infrequent. It's been a while since we've heard from the senior levels of government. And other projects, which again, I'm just going back to the request on ESDPs for 2022. These are ones that either we've only just recently been able to begin or remain on the list and are waiting for other projects to be completed. So ALR exclusion application we're assisting the village of Karamias with. We still have the director's motion for sleeping accommodation and bunkie or accessory dwellings, also known as bunkies. The Chadwell Place setbacks, cannabis retail store review, and geotech report standards. And then I also understand, just based on director's motions and APC minutes, that there's a potential consideration for a vacation rental review in 2022. And one of the APCs has asked for what they referred to as a strata bylaw review for, I think, 2022 or 2023. So that's it for the overview of our projects and development activity and where we're at for Q1 and Q2. And I'm happy to take any questions, and I'll just stop sharing my screen here.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Mr. Newell's faith in your expedience was well founded. Any questions for Mr. Garish? Seeing none on my board, Director Pendergraft, are there any in the council chambers? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Garish. You did a great job of running that one. A lot of information there. All right, with that, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Director Bauer, Director Roberts, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. We are out of development.
Okay, thank you, Director Knodel. The next committee meeting is Environment and Infrastructure, and I'm going to ask Director Bush to chair that one, please. It may just be easier him being in the boardroom for Director Gettens, who's normally the chair. So please go ahead, Director Bush.
Thank you. We don't have mics to speak into?
Nope.
Nope. They're around the room. Okay. So I'd like to call Environment and Infrastructure Committee meeting to order at 10:03 a.m. Is there a motion to adopt agenda? Okay, moved. Second. All in favor? Okay, carried. Any opposed? Seeing none. We have a delegation. First things first, Okanagan. CAO, would you introduce them?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is about the Fortis BC gas line that's currently in progress, just between, for us, in the Upper Carmine, Aramata area. And I understand they're before the BCUC are preparing to do that at the current time. And we have a group that's interested in the greenhouse gas emissions and the environmental impact of gas infrastructure. And they've registered to appear before committee this morning, and we should just turn that over to First Things First Okanagan, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Jim, you can turn your video on.
Am I there yet?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good. So thank you very much for having us this morning. We're very appreciative of this time that you've given in your busy schedule. I'm joined by Margaret Holm, who is also on the board of First Things First, and my name is Jim Beattie. Before I begin, I would like to extend my greetings to Spencer Coyne and wish him the best in the work that they're doing over in Princeton. I was over there and met with him a couple of days after the flood, and it was something that I would never want to see again. And I'm sure that it's been a struggle, but I'm sure you're getting back on your feet as well. Margaret, are you able to put up the first slide? I guess I'll just begin by saying that First Things First is a nonpartisan, nonprofit society, and our mission is to promote awareness of climate change issues. We work with people in our community and around BC, and we attempt to gain insight into what individuals can best do to assist our leaders in their important decision making. First Things First is involved with public school education programs, and we have actually presented to you once before about our program in the schools, Cool It. We do political action, seminars, and we work in the community and events. We've attempted to explore the big picture of climate solutions, agriculture, how we build our cities, transportation, and the thinking about of how we must live in a world of finite resources. And that's, in a sense, what our presentation today is about. Over the last year, in seminars and other outreach activities, First Things First has focused its attention on the carbon that is released in the places where we live and work. And along with others concerned about our warming climate, have attempted to underscore the importance of lowering the carbon footprint of our buildings through retrofits and the installation of heat pumps. In the midst of this general growing awareness of the importance of reducing the use of fossil fuels in homes and buildings, we've become acutely aware that while we and others are working to reduce the use of carbon fuels, our energy providers are working to greatly increase their use. I believe it really struck home to us when we read in the Penticton Climate Action Plan that hopes were that 50% of Penticton's new homes would go electric. And to us, that struck us as being completely inadequate at a time when we are so close to the limit of what carbon we can put into the air. And this did not seem like a positive perspective on the climate as far as we were concerned. So as our realization about this move towards more gasification and our concern about the climate, and I think the public's concern about the climate, we made a departure from our usual work and resolved to speak out further about fossil fuel infrastructure in the Okanagan. So as a result of that, First Things First applied and was accepted as an intervener at the British Columbia Utilities Commission. And in that capacity, we are speaking against Fortis Energy International's application to increase natural gas infrastructure. At the same time, we are also reaching out to other climate groups in the province with the aim of mounting a serious campaign to bring to the public's attention the inherent dangers of increasing fossil fuel capacity at the very moment that the world's scientists specifically those of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, are calling for a rapid reduction in the use of fossil fuels. We believe this is an urgent situation. It should give us all pause, really, when we consider that we have only 7 3/4 years to reduce our carbon footprint by 30%. How can we achieve such a daunting goal if we simultaneously build across the land and into the homes and into the public space the infrastructure that has a lifespan of 30 years or more? And that's what this new pipeline is going to be built for. I want to say before going further that although our initiative before the BCUC is directed at halting the plans that Fortis has on the natural gas side of their operation, I would be remiss if I did not say that First Things First has had and hopes to continue to have a beneficial working relationship with the staff at Fortis. We support their promotion of home retrofit programs, electric vehicles, and heat pumps. And we also acknowledge the positive sustainability work that is being undertaken by the RDOS and the resources and support that Fortis offers in that work. So based on its projected growth of natural gas use in the North Okanagan, primarily in the Vernon and Kelowna area, Fortis has applied to the British Columbia Utilities Commission to increase the holding capacity of its system by twinning the line that runs from Penticton to Chute Lake. Fortis states that the Okanagan capacity upgrade project is needed to address the expected load growth due to population increase. The gas that Fortis delivers to the homes in the southern interior, as you probably know, comes from either northern BC, where it enters our region at Savona and Kingsvale, and from southern Alberta, feeding the Kootenays and flowing west and entering the Okanagan at Asuyus. These high compression pipelines, which snake across the southern interior, are like a reservoir from which Fortis draws the natural gas used in homes, offices, and industries. I don't think I'm telling you much, and I don't think I will be telling you much that you don't already know and understand. But as climate activists, we find ourselves often in the position of having to repeat the old news that we're in a very desperate situation. So have forbearance, please, if you're feeling that I'm repeating things that you already know. First Things First Okanagan has serious concerns that the construction of new natural gas infrastructure to service growth will encourage and sustain the expansion of gas use well into the future and will significantly increase the challenge for municipalities, of which you leaders are part of, to lower emissions and meet your climate targets. The proposed expansion of natural gas infrastructure will impact 20 or so municipalities and 3 regional districts in the Okanagan. These local governments are mandated to inspire, facilitate, and direct individuals, businesses, and their own corporate entities within their boundaries to reduce total greenhouse gas emissions by 30% by 2030 and to net zero by 2050. And you might wonder, and I think you do know, how large a GHG player is natural gas in our communities and in our homes, in our buildings. A reading of climate plans across the Okanagan shows that near 30% of total emissions in your communities and in communities up to the north come from buildings, and 90% of those GHGs come from the combustion of natural gas. Margaret, if you could please go through the first few slides, if you don't mind, and we can just address them all at once. So this first slide just reiterates what I have said, that natural gas makes up 30% of the GHGs of community emissions. This is taken from the Penticton Community Climate Action Plan. Of course, I'm sorry, but I was just going to say that it is not the largest piece of the pie, but it is a significant piece of the pie. And here's something that comes from your own climate action plan. And at the bottom, it says, energy used to heat and power buildings currently comes from a combination of electricity, primarily from hydro, wood, propane, and heating oil. Encouraging use of alternate energy systems is in new and existing buildings will reduce the community's collective reliance on fossil fuel energy sources, particularly for heating. That can only be true. That encouragement can only be true if indeed people are somehow directed to electrify. And that's really what we're talking about in our presentation today. So here's something else that comes from your regional climate action plan. If we reduce our GHG emissions, which come in the main, the 90% come from the burning of fossil fuel gas, we will be reducing our energy costs. So our citizens, our voters will be in a better position. We will have less vulnerability to energy markets. And we're facing that right now when we see what's happening with our gasoline. We'll have reduced the impacts to climate change. I mean, this is what we as climate activists, and I think you as leaders are really dealing with, that we are in a climate change state in our world, and what we do will have an important impact on what the future will be. Job creation and business opportunities. It's been shown in numerous studies that there is greater job creation on the green side of the energy ledger. And finally, these all add up to more sustainable communities, I should say. So this slide is actually one that should come up at the end, but it's okay because I'll just outline it right now. As I said, we tend to reiterate things over and over, and I'll just say here that the problem that we see is that in order to meet climate targets, municipalities and regional districts must stop building emissions from trending upwards. If Fortis Inc. Builds new infrastructure and expands its customer base to new homes, which is what its intention is, subdivisions and commercial buildings, the emission reduction targets will be impossible to achieve. So the solution is to protect the long-term health of our communities and deny Fortis this right to expand and to continue to try to sustain growth in the gas side, and to work as hard as possible to require new homes to use renewable energy for home heating. And we must continue to partner with Fortis to promote energy on the electric side and work on their conservation programs and home retrofits. So to get back to my presentation. In the face of the large percentage of existing homes that currently use natural gas, combined with the aggressive marketing of natural gas by Fortis to new homes, local governments like your own are faced with an enormous challenge. How will you reduce overall community emissions in order to meet climate targets and avoid the worst climate disasters? And as I've said, a first step must be to find the way to encourage and direct the building of new homes that use renewable energy for home heating. And that is the only thing that will stop a trending upward of GHGs. We have here a piece that came from the Kelowna climate plan, because Kelowna has been witnessing increased GHG emissions, and the city has laid out the route to the solution in its climate plan. And this is what they say: getting to 25 and 80% reductions, that's what their targets are. Getting to deeper community carbon reductions will take longer than the next 5 years. And really, we're talking about 7.5 till 2030, and will involve technologies, methods, and partnerships that are not yet widely used. The only way we're going to get there is if we have a 25% reduction by 23, is if we reduce per capita consumption by 50%. And that would require approximately a 50% conversion to electric vehicles. So 50% of the cars in Kelowna would have to be electric. A reduction of conventional natural gas usage by 60% in residential and commercial facilities. and a 50% capture of methane from the landfill compared to business as usual. The first takeaway here is that by allowing continued fossil fuel expansion into new homes and subdivisions, municipalities in our region will have a much harder, likely an impossible job in meeting their emission reduction commitments. The second takeaway is that even with no increase in natural gas hookups, the task of that hand is already huge, as Kelowna says. And if we don't put every wheel into motion now, we will not make it. The tension between the growth of a private corporation like Fortis, whose prime motive is to grow and generate returns, and the communities they serve, who will have the responsibility for public well-being, was addressed in just the past weeks by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. In this report, the most dire and desperately worded ever, scientists warned that all increases in GHGs must stop by 2025. It says that there cannot be any more building of gas, oil, and coal infrastructure. This is the elephant in the room, isn't it? If we proceed to build and use more infrastructure, we're told by those who dedicate their lives to understanding our biosphere that our future is bleak. And if we build and finally wake up, as we will ultimately be forced to do, we must refrain from using this infrastructure. And we will have perpetrated a colossal waste of human effort and money that could have been used by citizens, industry, and governments to support a transition to clean, sustainable technologies. In the short term, a big part of the challenge is that natural gas is popular in no small part because currently it is cheaper. But we have to realize this will not always be the case, because the cost of carbon will increase with the increasing carbon tax. And it is important to consider that the installation of heat pumps are not expensive when building new homes or subdivisions. On the other hand, if we continue allowing natural gas infrastructure in our new homes, the day will come when clean power will be mandated by leaders like you, because we will have to reach our carbon reduction targets. And at that point, these not so old homes will then need to have heat pumps put in and full electric appliances. This is another expense that can be avoided if we act now with determined leadership. At this point, we should consider again the corporate aims of many natural gas companies and how their goals conflict in a very significant way with the direction that we as citizens and you as political leaders are taking when it comes to the provision of clean energy. We know that natural gas suppliers are mounting a significant international campaign to tell people that natural gas can be safe and clean and should remain as an important part of the energy supply chain, particularly in buildings. And they have an obvious vested interest in making this argument. It's the cornerstone of their business. But the science is saying something different. We all know that. The clean, efficient energy we need is energy created by wind, water, thermal heating, and the sun. The new infrastructure that Fortis is asking to build is for long-term growth in natural gas. Growth in energy from the combustion of carbon and the creation of GHGs, and growth that our biosphere cannot support. Given the climate emergency that we are all coming to grips with, we believe energy companies need to reconsider their business model, as difficult as that may be. First things first, Okanagan, as an intervener in the BCUC's review of the application by Fortis, is opposed to this capacity upgrade. This is not our full presentation, but briefly we take the following positions. The growth of natural gas in the interior of British Columbia runs counter to municipal and regional district climate action plans. And the submission of Fortis does not address these important existing climate plans. Fortis should not proceed with this upgrade, but should actively work with customers and urge clean energy heating through the installation of heat pumps with the electricity that they already provide. An increased number of distribution lines raises concerns in increased methane leakage, a greenhouse gas 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide over a 20-year lifetime. And finally, the proposed pipeline route crosses 20 watercourses, sensitive habitat, and 3 community watersheds, with attendant risk to the environment, water quality, and supply. We have looked, we have not been able to find any evidence that Fortis's environmental plan has been reviewed by any level of government. The public are beginning to feel that corporations and governments have placed the burden of addressing the climate crisis on the back of individuals. Useful but inadequate financial incentives are meant to encourage citizens to retrofit their homes, to purchase electric vehicles, to install heat pumps, and to install solar panels. And these are good things to do. And First Things First encourages people to do these things. But the reality is that these solutions are out of the financial reach of a high percentage of Canadians. This morning I read on my cereal box that 3 out of 10 families in Canada cannot afford to have their children play sports. And yet we're asking them to invest in technologies which are exceptionally expensive. Individual incentives will not quickly enough get us to where we want to go. What is most required is that all levels of government take every opportunity as quickly as possible to legislate and regulate the end of fossil fuel use. Once again, time is short. First Things First does have a request for the RDOS today. Province of BC, in response to a motion from the Union of British Columbia Municipalities, has said that the BCUC does have the latitude to consider broader energy issues. And many believe the increase in carbon emissions is one of those broader issues. We are calling on all elected persons and their councils to reach out to the BCUC and to make it aware that the building of a new higher capacity pipeline and an increased use of natural gas is counter to your community's stated climate action plan, that these increases render the goal of achieving carbon reduction targets much more challenging and realistically probably unattainable. So, Margaret, if you could put up slide 8 one more time, please.
Okay, and just be aware, Jim, we've kind of gone over our time. We should leave some time for questions as well.
Okay. Okay, well, maybe just leave that off then. So in our impassioned way, First Things First will continue to support and assist the RDOS and your municipalities in your carbon reduction efforts. And as stated, FGFO feels it must intensify its own efforts and broaden its field of engagement. We do this because we feel there is no longer room for timidity, false hope, or wishful thinking in this time of climate urgency. And we hope you feel the same. Thank you for this opportunity.
Do people have any questions?
One sec.
Okay, go ahead.
Good, okay. Jim, my question is for you. In your opinion or from your perspective, why do you think Fortis is not really pushing its electricity more? Like, I mean, it does gas and electricity. So knowing what we know and knowing what you just said, why is it really not pushing that more and building on all the positive things, like you said at the beginning of your presentation, that it is doing? Why are we still kind of dealing with these gas expansions?
Yeah, I mean, I think Fortis is doing a lot of good work. And like I said, we do support Fortis in their efforts. We have worked with Fortis on a number of alternate energy symposiums. We found them to be supportive. Their staff is supportive, and they are working on that front. The problem is that they had that other arm of their company. And I will be candid with you. In sessions that we've done with them, we have been asked to commit to not to talk about natural gas. I mean, and we've done that, but we now see that we cannot stop talking about it because it is too serious. And I think Fortis has a responsibility as a corporate citizen to do the work that they have to do, and that is marketing their product.
I just have one more question.
Go ahead. Yep.
Okay, I guess maybe this question is for Bill. What kind of say does RDOS have in what Fortis does in its expansion? I mean, I know that we can send a letter to the BC UC, but in terms of the proposed expansion through Chute Lake, what kind of say do we have in that? For or against or anything like that?
Oh, I don't think they're hearing us again. I don't think so.
Do you want me to take that, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So our action would be an intervention between to the Utility Commission. And I think what first things first, Okanagan's asking is if we would support their intervention. We aren't an intervener at this point, and I haven't checked out the BC UC webpage in order to see what documents have been filed or where they are in their process. But unless they wanted to go across part of our land that we hold in fee simple, we would have no authority.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Coyne. Did you have a question? No. Okay. Director Canoto.
I just want to make a point as spending most of my life in power production, we're very close to a limit of our capped capacities in electrical power production if we don't move to nuclear fairly quickly. Wind at best is a small fraction. Possibly one of the things we could do to lessen the blow would be to rapidly move towards solar on all new houses and existing houses, but that's still expensive for most homeowners. So I'm not sure what the alternative is here. We're going to be kind of stuck if we don't keep gas production. People like to have their houses heated, and unfortunately, we do not have a lot of electrical capacity left in the system, not only in production, but also in transfer. So we've got some serious problems before we can just start saying no to everything. Europe's looking at what it's like trying to get away from their natural gas needs. And we can face the same problems here if we aren't very cautious. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Kozakovich, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jim, and your group for your presentation today. Just a couple comments. You know, my home is all electricity on a heat pump, and about 15 plus years ago, I was really impressed with what my bills were from Fortis. So much so that I ripped out my 2 wood fireplaces and put in electric ones. That's proven to be a mistake. My bills are through the roof. It's shocking. But the mistake is that when we lose power, I don't have backup heat. I've got nothing else. So that part of the issue is the cost. And I have a new heat pump, and it's excruciating when I get that Fortis bill in the mail. So one thing to focus on would be Fortis reducing those rates. I think that would certainly help citizens. But that's just a comment. My question is more around, you're presenting to us now. 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, Fortis did public consultation around this. And I know Director Obrick participated in some of that. I was involved. I don't recall first things first presenting at that time. Why were you not, or maybe you were involved and we just didn't see it at the public meetings, but I'm just wondering why it's 2 years after public consultation that you're coming forward now. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jim.
Well, that's a good point, and I wish we had been more aware of what was happening at the time. We weren't. Um, in those years, this was before COVID hit, and we were quite active in other aspects of the work that we do. But it was too bad that it wasn't brought to our attention either through our own reading of the situation or from someone else. Actually, it was people who in our community that brought it forward to us, people who were on the new expansion of the pipeline. So that's a very good point that you make. But it's unfortunate that we weren't there. But on the other hand, we are there. And we are there with the British Columbia Sustainable Energy Association. We're there with the pensioners and OAP of British Columbia. We're there with our local Indigenous people. And so I don't think it's too late. The pipeline, they wanted to have it built by this year. And that's part of their argument that they're going to have to do something extra special in order to meet the demand even in this coming winter, but they haven't put his shovels with the ground yet. So yes, we're late, but we're not too late. With regards to the price,
I'd like to add to that, if I could, Jim, if I could add to that question.
Yep.
I think originally when we were all told, saw things in the media about the upgrade a couple of years ago, it was presented as a small upgrade twinning, just to give extra capacity to existing customers. When people brought the issue forward to us last summer and we started investigating it, we actually read the comprehensive Fortis report. We realized that the upgrade is actually to serve future growth in Kelowna and Vernon. It really has very little to do with this region or with this regional district. It's to serve future growth. And so when we realized that, and when I think we all started looking at the City of Penticton climate plan when it was only released last fall, when we started looking at it, we realized how much of a job it was to reduce building emissions, which formed 30% of emissions in this valley. So I think we have a growing awareness of the problem of, on the one hand, very ambitious climate targets that your municipalities and regional district have. On the other hand, this issue of future growth, which Fortis wants to service through natural gas. The two are on a collision course. They don't match. The two both can't be achieved, and so it's a learning curve for us, and perhaps for you as elected officials to realize that business as usual is not going to get us those reductions that are required by by the province and by the municipalities. So yes, we have learned, but it's only in digging into their very big detailed plan that we realized it's servicing future growth. It's not servicing needs right now.
Now, Director Coyne.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I don't think anybody can deny that the impacts of climate change have not impacted this entire region, and especially our end of the valley. That being said, at the same time, our industry depends on the availability of natural gas. Our homes depend on it. And although I understand the need to change, I know it's also going to take some time. And some of that technology that you spoke about will not service areas that I represent and areas of our valley the same way it will in the Okanagan. When it gets to -40 or below, those heat pumps that everybody keeps pushing have a really hard time keeping our houses from freezing up. Last year, we had multiple issues with both power and natural gas as we lost a gas line, and our houses started to freeze because they only had electric heat. And that electric heat didn't keep up. So I understand the issues, but at the same time, the technology and the availability for all to be able to switch over to the newest and greatest isn't there yet. And as regulations change, so do our building codes, and so does our building practices, and we're getting there, But at this time, I would not be able to support telling Fortis not to proceed with the availability of gas that may or may not impact not only my residents, but the industry that supports our residents. Industry right now is taking lead above and beyond what government's requesting of them. Copper Mountain Mine has just put in the first of its kind in North America, an electric trolley system to help their dump trucks, their electric assist now, to cut down on fossil fuel emissions. You know, all of our industry is taking lead, and so are our residents. But at the same time, we have to be aware that no matter how much we want this to happen right now, it's not there yet, and we cannot punish the people who don't have the availability and accessibility to those services and technologies. Thank you.
Could I answer this, Jim?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
don't. I don't think we're talking about cutting off. We are not talking about cutting off natural gas to existing customers. We're talking about the servicing of future subdivisions in Kelowna and Vernon. As you know, this BC Step Code means that houses are being built better and better, and so it's fairly inexpensive to be putting in non-fossil fuel systems into new homes and subdivisions. And you're right, Director Coyne, there are areas that perhaps are better serviced by other forms of heating. And so, you know, that they can continued service may be appropriate in some areas. We know there's some areas of northern BC that can't get off fossil fuels because there's no other options for them. The idea is making sure that for new houses that are being built, that you're not putting infrastructure in that is going to increase emissions. That is our point, is that it's a pretty cost effective. These buildings also are being built to a higher standard, so their heating costs shouldn't be as great. And that's what we're encouraging, that Fortis be restricted to servicing new builds.
Thank you. Director Ober.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a question, and just by background, I am for Area D, which includes Upper Carmi, and I just want to make clear that I'm very open-minded to clean energy alternatives. Really appreciate the presentation. I'm not in favor of increasing harm to the environment or to the climate. I want to speak to what Director Kozakovich said. Fortis did reach out and did speak to myself and Director Kozakovich, and we had opportunity to go to our community. And I can say Fortis was very good, in my experience, coming on site, listening to concerns, indeed making accommodations that reduced environmental impacts. And my impression of Fortis was one of real good faith and positive caring of these issues. So I want to acknowledge that public process, which has been ongoing, continues, and this delegation is part of that. I really appreciate the CAO's comments that this board can put a position forth to the BC Utility Commission. I think that's a fascinating prospect for us to consider further. And I want to speak to the LGLA conference, which I attended, and Fortis had a presentation, I think it was April 6th. I also spoke with our MLA, Rolly Russell, that day on this issue, and I met with about 4 members of Fortis that day and discussed this issue specifically. One of the things that Fortis said in their presentation is they're shifting to hydrogen. Now, this is a new concept to me. There's a lot I don't know, and my question is going to lead up to asking you for comment on this. But they indicated that they are really working hard to move away from carbon. They indicated hydrogen is a new, not new, but clean relative to the harm done by carbon. And they made a comment that this infrastructure is usable for hydrogen. They said they're not necessarily needing to provide carbon fuel. They can provide other fuels on their infrastructure and work together to cleaner emissions, less climate harm, and all of that. And that I found to be a fascinating comment. So we have SILGA coming up this month. We have UBCM later this year. I suspect Fortis will be there. All of us are free to speak with them and ask more questions. And I'm just throwing that up as a suggestion. But my question is, what do you say about this hydrogen energy as an option? Is it clean? Is this infrastructure suited to that use? I know there's appliances and there's lots of complications with respect to how hydrogen may or may not be cleanly delivered. There's different ways to arrive at hydrogen. But the concept itself, I want to learn more, and I'm just curious to hear what you think on all of that. Thank you.
Margaret, do you want to say something?
Sure. Fortis has looked at hydrogen. They've also looked at renewable natural gas, and all these are promising technologies, but they are unproven. So, you know, we're faced with growth right now. Fortis right now has 1% of renewable natural gas in their system. That's 1%. They're hoping to get it higher, but they actually have another a submission in front of the BC Utilities Commission, which is to do with renewable natural gas. We're not energy experts at all, but they are getting a great deal of criticism about the unreality of their projections about being able to offer cleaner natural gas. So the technology is unproven, so it's hard to work on what might come in the future, 10 or 20 years. But right now, it's not an option. And right now, renewable natural gas is a very infinitesimal part of their current stream. So, but I'm no energy expert, but you could talk to other people that work for RDOS. Jeremy Dressner, I'm sure would be familiar with the issue. Thanks.
We're running out of time here now, so I'd like to move on. Thank you very much. CAO Newell, do we have time for some quarterly reports?
I believe we'll give it a shot, Mr. Chair, and we'll just go through the two reports that we have under environment, and then we'll move into community services and protective and corporate, and we'll get as far as we can before we have to break for the board meeting. So we'll start with the engineering department report, and Ms. Bloomfield will provide that. I believe she's waiting for you to tell her to go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had to wait for Danny to bring me in. So in the interest of time, I'll just give very brief highlights of some of the items on the engineering department's review or the work for Q1. So Campbell Mountain Landfill, the biocover, I have heard from the ministry, and we're expecting another set of conditions for the possibility of installing the biocover soon. They haven't yet made an actual decision, but I'm expecting to actually have a date soon of when they will make a decision. So it's moving forward. The leachate in the North Ravine, the extraction well, has now been connected into the leachate pond, so we can start extracting leachate from that location as well. We did 4 ICIP grants in February. The Naramata Reservoir, meters for Falder, water main work for Olalla, and the water system upgrades for Okanagan Falls. The Meadow Valley Aquifer Study is underway, and it's still expected to be finished in July. The Okanagan Falls Wastewater Treatment Plant, we had a bunch of activity in Q1. Our solids processing center with our new centrifuge is now commissioned and operating. A few little bugs to work out, but it's going along really well, and we're really pleased with it. The wetland is also going to be starting up soon. Once the weather gets a little bit warmer, then we'll start putting effluent to the wetland again. In June, we're planning to do a ribbon cutting for both of the solids processing and the wetland. And one other large thing that we've been working on is the Okanagan Falls Irrigation District conversion. The engineering assessments, financial assessments, and staff capacity assessments were all completed in Q1. We had 2 open houses that OFID put on, and we presented all the information to the public. Their AGM was last night, and just as a quick update, the AGM was where they decided whether or not they were going to continue with conversion, and of the 81 eligible voters, 75 supported moving towards conversion. So I'm going to be making the next steps to move forward, and that includes bringing it to the board on the second meeting in May for basically endorsement to keep moving forward with the process. So that's kind of a very brief highlights of the engineering department. Is there any questions?
Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, yeah, Director Canoto, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. Lisa, is there any possibility in renewable natural gas from these biocovers, or is that for much larger waste product facility?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The biocover itself isn't a system that can collect the methane. An active gas system is where you would collect and use the methane to produce energy. Those are really efficient in very large landfills.
Okay. Okay, seeing no further questions, CAO, could we move on to quarterly report for operations?
Yeah, we'll turn that over to Mr. Reader.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Reader.
Sure. So I'll be extremely brief. I'll just cover the major projects and things that we've been undertaking, and obviously you'll get some time for questions. The big one that we've been working on right now is the landfill organics composting facility. So we're still waiting to hear back from the province on whether or not we'll get an exclusion for 1513 Grayback Road. We've had some discussion with the ADMs, and I believe that MLA Ashton has had some discussion with some of the ministers. So there has been some political movement there, but we haven't heard anything back. With respect to our curbside collection and processing options, by processing options, these are the ones that we're looking at 1313 Grayback Road. Some of those options actually will include options to look at hydrogen as well as composting and natural gas as well. So those are some green solutions that we're looking at, as well as just a conventional composting system, and we'll bring those options. We've had some preliminary costing put together, and we're hoping to have a presentation in Q2 for the board. The RFP for Headley has taken place. We've lined up contractors to actually do the work. We're just waiting for the province to help us out with a few things. And our intent is to complete the cleanup of Headley in Q2. We've also undertaken or started to undertake a pilot for the deconstruction of recreational vehicles. And this is pretty exciting because it'll be the first of its kind in BC. So currently our DLC waste, we recycle 93% of that waste at Okanagan Falls landfill. Our hope is to be able to provide a cost-effective means for disposal of RVs. Currently, there is none. We've been working, as Lisa talked about, the Okanagan Falls wastewater treatment plant with the commissioning. We've created an agreement with the city of Penticton to receive the biosolids that we generate at the Okanagan Falls plant. And then next month, our next one of the items that we'll be presenting is our source water protection plan for Naramata. And we'll be presenting some of the options that we think would be for the board's consideration in terms of protecting our water source. So that's my very brief description of some of the activities we're planning and have done. And I'd be happy to take some questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. I don't see any hands up, so I'm going to quickly ask for a motion to adjourn. Okay, second, any opposed? Okay, seeing none, meeting is adjourned at 10:55.
Thank you, Director Bush. That brings us to the Community Services Committee, and I will go to Director Monteith to chair this one, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to open the Community Service Committee meeting, please. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Director Bush, Director Coyne, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Over to CAO Newell for the quarterly report, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I should have mentioned earlier, because this is the second meeting after the end of the first quarter, this is when we do report out through our committees on all of the actions that we've been working on so hard over the first 3 months of the year, and then what we have planned in each of those areas for the next quarter. So that's why they're there before you. And obviously, we're still at the start of our calendar year, and I'm going to go through a little bit later with you what the activities are on the corporate action plan. But right now, we've already made significant progress throughout our first quarter, and I think that the actions that we're going to be taking in the second are going to move us a long way along. We know from when we were in our strategic planning session back on the 24th of November, back in 2021, that our intent this year is to try and land some of those planes that this board has been directing us to undertake over the first 4 years of your term. And now we're trying to get some of them completed. So I know it's somewhat frustrating in that we're trying to limit the number of new projects that you're lumping into the capacity box, but we really do want to bring to completion some of these more important projects that we've been working on over the last 4 years. But the Community Services Department, this is their activity report on parks, recreation, transit, cemeteries, facilities, and rural projects. You can see we lump a lot into this basket, and we'll turn this over to Mr. Woods to present. And he'll wait for you to ask him, Madam Chair.
Oh. Mr. Woods?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so as discussed by the CAO, this is really a recap of a lot of items that we've touched on. So as always, I try to hit on some of the larger items and broader corporate items. But of course, I'm happy to speak to any items that you don't see or available afterwards to get into details if you like. So for Q1, those first 3 months of the year, I'm just going to run through I'm assuming you've got your report in front of you, so I'm just going to hit the same titles and work my way through. So within the recreation component, one of the big projects that we worked on in the last quarter and continue to is the transfer of our recreation software. We've gone from one system over to what's called Perfect Mind. So our staff worked long hours to transfer information over and get us prepped and ready. That application will be used for all of our bookings and event coordination and be widely used throughout the region for a variety of services. So that carries on. We as most of our programs, we advertise those through info releases and social media and blasts, and so that started to process right now, and it's going very well. We've also been working for a number of months now on the Regional Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan. As you recall, it's been a long project. COVID certainly changed how our engagement process has worked with that program. But we're starting to wrap up the draft plan through the consultant after lots of discussions and engagement. We'll be anticipating bringing that forward to the board shortly. I have a rendering there of one of our plans, and apologies, I know it's very small. It's really just supposed to be representative of the type of work that happens, but that's Mariposa Park on the West Bench. Coming out of the last quarter of last year and into this year, we wrapped up the final concept plan, working with the community and the Recreation Commission to come up with a concept. And now we'll start working towards doing some development in the park and in a phased way. So a great example of the community coming forward to give us lots of ideas and concepts and putting those into a plan form so that we can start to build into the capital upgrades as we move forward. We also completed some remediation work on a section of the KVR Trail. And just in general, our process for KVR trails, as I'm sure you're probably aware, is typically 10-year applications through the province. In this case, we had damages that occurred as a result of flooding and back in 2018. So a lot of time and effort to get to those. We typically do those based on when we get grants back through the provincial agencies, being Rec Sites and Trails, who's our main contact. And this is an example of that. So we've received some funding. We've gone through quite an exhaustive process of coming up with a plan to repair that section of rail corridor. And now we're prepped and ready to move on should we receive grant funding in another way to actually do the work, or possibly through Rec Sites. We're still exploring that. The Luce Bay Seasonal Farm Workers Campground has been a big project for us over the winter. We received around $450,000 from the Ministry of Agriculture to carry out upgrades to that site. Later in the document, there's a rendering of what that concept looks like. Before, it was pretty open. It was really just finding space within that overall area and not a lot of definitive rules. So we've come up with a more defined structure after working with the campground hosts, some of the users, some of the agencies like the BC Fruit Growers Association, and of course the RCMP, who are there from an enforcement perspective from time to time. So really, we gleaned a lot of good information and built that into this plan, utilizing the funds that were made available to us. And the winter was where we did the bulk of that work, and we're just moving that into a rollout phase shortly. March is spring cleanup for us. We have our seasonal workers come in the parks and on the trails program. So we've ramped that up, and you'll see in some of the parks and spaces that we're starting to open those up. So it's an exciting time for us. Spring has sprung and the rains are coming and cleaning things up like we see in our own backyards, but we do the same thing in the parks so that the public are happy when they get out there and start exploring and enjoying the parks. Within the facilities and energy side, we've completed the work at 176 Main, and that's where we moved the finance department and IS department. So those 2 floors that we leased, we did minor renovations over there to get that space ready. Another good winter project for us, and that's been completed. And those 2 departments have moved over, and we're just now transferring our energy over to the 101 Martin Street space, where we're doing minor renovations, and all that's all part of the COVID restart funding that the board received some time ago to expand some of our space. On the energy assessments, there's a list there of a number of the facilities that within the regional district and are with our municipal partners, where Jeremy Dresner, our lead on energy, who you heard from last meeting, continues to work with our partners and colleagues on undertaking these assessments to give us a good roadmap of how we can move forward and be more efficient in our energy usage. On the administration and grant side, we spend a lot of time with our commissions in the opening part of the year. There's AGMs, annual general meetings, for those groups. We try to participate in those. We also undertake an annual info session symposium, we called it. We did that online for the 2nd year in a row. And really what we try to do there is, last year we gleaned a lot of good information and sort of process. We know that's evolving. There's some really keen interest there from members of the community that are on the advisory commissions of how they like to get information and participate. So we certainly always receptive to that. And then we also have started a process of sharing in the same way we do here today. What we're talking about is quarterly activity reports to the commissions to give them a good sense of all the different projects we're working on, not only in their service area, but all the others, so they understand, certainly being part of a greater organization, the regional district. Staff are many times available, but often, we're up on other projects. So really giving them a scope of work of what we're looking at overall. And then just a number of grants, Chair, that we've been targeting within that sphere. We always do our best to go after grants where they're available when they target the programs that you have in place and updating our facilities. Really in the interest of the regional district's assets and amenities. That's usually what we try to focus on. And through our energy program, I know you just got some good information there and had a good discussion on energy in general. And there are some excellent programs out there. So we'll continue to do our best to receive those grants where we can. On the transit side, exciting news for West Bench, just outside of Penticton. We started Route 11. A brand new bus service that was long awaited. We had that in the queue for a long time, and pandemic pushed that back for another year. So we had that start on January 3rd for the first time. So we're just monitoring that. It's currently on a free transit campaign and seeing some good usage. So that's exciting. And Route 70, which is our Penticton-Kelowna regional bus, the board will recall we doubled the budget on that with BC Transit. Thus doubling the amount of trips that we have there. So another big expansion. And BC Transit continues to undertake their Transit Future Action Plan process, again, deferred and changed and modified as a result of pandemic. But we're helping them where we can in that process as well. So moving forward into Q2, we have some tangible projects that we're working towards. We've got the regional trailhead signage. We've had that in the queue for some time. It was awaiting grants. These are sort of significant trailheads in primary locations throughout the region. We have the budget for 5 of them. These large scale trailhead signs that are used for not only guiding people once they reach a key trailhead, but providing some overall marketing for people that are driving by and really bringing some good attention to the regional trails program. So we'll see those actually be physically put in the ground in the next coming weeks out in 5 locations throughout the region. The Similkameen Rail Trail project is an exciting one out. This is from Karameas Costin connection. Primarily, the main focus is in Costin right now in electoral area B. Former rail corridor, the Similkameen Rail Network. That's a section of rail that we've received funding and received tenure on to build. Two significant pieces that are still in the queue are the BC Transportation Finance Authority, which is the arm of government that looks after that, are still in negotiations on 2 private landowners, and we need to complete a bridge design and carry that out as well over top of Karameas Creek. So a few last minute changes, but I think we're on track to have that completed in the late spring, early summer, and roll that out to the public in a completed form. So we're very excited about that project as well, Chair. We are looking at rolling out, just completing the terms of reference, and we'll be working with the commission for Okanagan Falls Parks and Recreation Commission to complete the terms of reference for an Area D master plan for parks throughout that area. So we just are in the queue to get that one going. I talked a little bit about our crews. We're just now switching to 7-day-a-week maintenance and part of our summer maintenance program. So as we onboard our staff and start to roll out and fire up irrigation systems, we'll see more and more folks there. And there's the rendering of the Loose Bay Campground. And that's all I have for today, Chair. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Woods. And we will move over to questions now. Director Bush.
Yes, Mark, I read in the paper about food services in RDOS parks, and you didn't mention that, and I'm just wondering, did I miss that discussion somewhere along the line at committee, or how is that going forward?
Mr. Woods?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, we have, in the past, we've ran our vendor program where you might see a food vendor or sometimes product vendors. We have quite an exhaustive administrative process in the past where we have received inquiries very randomly. So the goal this year was to establish some structure around that and get it out widely to the public. We're happy that actually the media seemed to pick it up, and I saw quite a bit of that out in social media feeds as well. So that's a good thing. Really just drawing interest to any of the potential vendors that are out there, that there are spaces that have historically been used for vendors. And this allows us to have a little more structure in how those come in. We have some time to process them, bring them back through Parks and Recreation commissions and whatnot. And then, of course, following our own policy for that on the fees and charges side of things. So yeah, it's really us trying to create a more formalized process. And I think, again, like I say, picked up nicely within the media. So we've got some good interest, but generally that's what we're looking for, was a more defined process and getting ahead of it before it became a little more randomized in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Director Canoe?
Thank you, and to the chair. Thank you for your good work on these projects. I'm glad to see the Gallagher Lake bus stop is on your list. I just wanted to request or find out where we're standing with the trail acquisition from McAlpine Bridge to Road 22. I see there is entrance in the upcoming budget on that, on the 5-year budget plan, but I didn't see anything in your report on that.
Mr. Woods?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The Road 22 project is outstanding. We pretty much routinely go back through the lands branch of Kamloops to get an update on that process. They did come back to us at one point for one piece of clarity. At that time, they told us they were still about a year out from doing any approvals. So that's frustrating, we know, because it's there and ready to go. The budget part of it is really us queuing ourselves up to be able to go should we receive any approvals to carry on. So it just rolls through from year to year. That section of trail, which was pretty critical, we've got, as always, the challenge with the KVR and Similkameen Rail Trails, there's pieces, and sometimes there's no connectivity. So we continue to work towards achieving the full connectivity, and that's a great example of a piece that I think would be fairly straightforward to do from a operations perspective. We just need that approval. I can also expand on that just slightly. To the north, of course, we did get a good response from the Sioux Indian Band, from Chief and Council and their staff, that they're interested in us working with them to look at a portion of the trail that's north of McAlpine. So we have been on site, really looking at it from a feasibility perspective of what's involved in building that section. So again, I've said this many times, our program is sort of an opportunistic program. The board has its greater vision and goals of achieving this regional network, but sometimes we have to wait for the opportunities to present themselves where, particular owners get involved or the province reaches back out. So we are very happy to be working with OIB on that project. So that would be another section that would be extremely valuable from a connectivity perspective, Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. If there is no further questions.
I have one more.
Director Bush?
Yeah, Mark, so is there any movement on the trail through the Sparkford Estates between Cawson and Paramus?
Mr. Woods?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as I mentioned in the briefing, there's two sections that are still being debated, we'd say. The province is the owner of the asset, so we're not really driving that. We're a proponent requesting to be a trail manager really as a tenant. But I can report that the BC Transportation Finance Authority invited us to a meeting we attended yesterday with Sparkford Estates representatives, as well as the other landowner south of that. Very good meeting, very good discussion. A surveyor has been assigned by the province to work on the line work of where that would flow, just to simplify the rail corridor used to travel directly through what is now a hayfield. So Land Commission's been involved in that and really directed the province to come up with a better plan, that it wasn't really removing arable fields. So we're negotiating moving that over. And again, as a proponent tenant, we're sort of waiting there and hoping to move ahead. But a very good meeting yesterday, and I hope that's going to get us to the final conclusion.
Seeing no further questions, I'd like to have a motion to close the meeting. Director Bush, Director Coyne, all in favor? Chair Pendergraft, please.
Okay, thank you, Director Monteith. Next on the agenda is Protective Services, and I'll go to Director Roberts to chair that. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Pendergraft. Could I have a motion for the opening of the Protective Committee? I see Director Robertson and Director Rhodes. All in favor? Any opposed? Carry on. Okay, could we pass this on to CAO Newell in regards to the Q1 report for Protective Services? Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I should just mention, just so there's no awkward pauses, under our rules of procedure, it's up to the chair to decide who gets permission to speak. And that's why our department heads are politely waiting for to be prompted in order to answer a question. This is important for us because, first of all, we don't want two people getting into a debate at a meeting, whether it's committee or the board. We don't like people talking over others. We know that sometimes our staff, because they're advocates in their areas of expertise, so want to jump in quickly before somebody else may be not be finished speaking. So it's important that the chair sort of be the traffic cop as to who gets permission to speak and where questions are directed. And that's why you'll often wonder why our staff are not jumping in to answer a question. They have to be prompted. So under Protective Services, this is where we talk about emergency preparedness and management. It's where we talk about our emergency telecommunications systems, like our primary and secondary operations centers, and often where we talk about fire smart programs, because there's lots of money flowing for those programs at the time. And for this, I'd suggest you ask Mr. Woods to present his report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, CAO. Mr. Woods, would you please follow up with the report?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So as I just discussed, I'll just roll through the bullets here of the report, and certainly if there's any questions. So for Q1 on the Protective Services side, the first three items are on our capital projects. These are really they are protective. They're capital projects, but really I put them in protective because they're related to the fire hall construction. So two projects that are really completed on the design side is the Naramata Satellite Fire Hall, second hall, and the Okanagan Falls renovation project. So both of those, a lot of work went into really getting prepped and ready to go, and they currently await budget to carry on. And then the last one is the Apex Mountain Fire Hall, which is a brand new acquisition program. Later on the board is the 10-year application to the province of BC. But meanwhile, we work with the building committee from the fire department there to, as we do with the others, to prep and ready for construction in 2023. So a lot of steps that go into that, not only on the design side, but just preparing on the acquisition side as well. Because we often will work with the province of BC on Crown land for long-term tenure for financial reasons. So moving into the EOC side of things, our Emergency Operations Center, while it's not active, we still are in response or in recovery phase rather, as related to the atmospheric river scenario. So a lot of good work has happened. The province supported us by with funding to hire a recovery manager, as they did for the town of Princeton. So Trevor Keir and Maureen in Princeton are doing an amazing job of working with a variety of agencies and just to try and coordinate those processes. We just completed a town hall meeting in Tulameen on last Tuesday, which was very well received. Excellent feedback from the community. The role there was to bring in as many agencies as we could that were related to the scenario. So everything from disaster financial assistance to, what's going to happen with the river. The river's been moved, who moves it back? Great questions to be asked. And so we tried to put those with the answers in front of them. So those two individuals in the recovery side will continue to do that as people bring those questions forward. And as I say, excellent feedback that came in already that has allowed us to go back out to some of those agencies and work on solutions for the public. On the emergency management training side, the board will recall we just awarded a contract to Red Dragon. That's Mr. Paul Edmonds, who we know from working with in the past on emergencies. And he's taking us through a variety of training scenarios in the next weeks and months. Very good matrix of training opportunities for people to look at the municipal partners and our Indigenous partners and ourselves to look at bolstering and our EOC training. And so we're very happy and excited to jump into that to get ourselves more prepared and ready moving forward. Some just general courses that are happening through our emergency program coordinators, some psychosocial first aid training, cultural safety, cultural humility training, and the evacuation registration assistance training. And this is typically flows through the emergency support services groups. There's a photo there of one of their meetings. And so those meetings continue to carry on through the ESS directors from the various communities. That's coordinated through our emergency program coordinator and the other EPCs in the region. So some excellent work there. FireSmart, the CAO mentioned the FireSmart program rolls on. We've been very successful at receiving funding for a few years in a row now. So Carrie Reese, who you met a few meetings back with Sean Visler, our FireSmart coordinator, continues to do that work. We get interruptions in the form of wildfires and floods, but we do want to maintain some consistency and roll through. So we've just just today, literally, we have our 2 wildfire specialists that were hired through that grant, and so they're being onboarded and trained right now, participating in a wildfire symposium that's happening here in Penticton that the City of Penticton Fire Department has coordinated. Some excellent coordination there of everybody's efforts in the field of FireSmart, so we understand who's on the same page and who's doing what where. So we have those individuals that are going to continue to roll through the rural communities, working with fire departments and FireSmart committees to carry out with those good initiatives. I've listed out a number of the grants. We're up around $2.4 million in grants in the past 3-4 years that have come through, and some of those are a few years long in the form of building flood plans like the Similkameen and Kearns Creek plan. So they are a duration of time, but really good success there in receiving some funding that moves us towards achieving some of the goals of the overall organization. So moving into 2022, we have we always look at after action reports from our events, and as a result of coming out of the wildfire season and then hitting a flood situation that was deferred, but we still have the after action report for the wildfire season that we want to wrap up and bring back to the board. We try to use those as a platform for discussion and how we can get better as an organization and as a team of staff and our partners. So those are very helpful for us, and we always do our best to complete those in a timely way, but of course things can get in the way in the form of new fires and floods. So moving ahead into spring freshet, it's upon us. We monitor through the River Forecast Center, Environment Canada, and a number of other agencies that track data. This is handled very well through the Emergency Management BC organization. Their Kamloops office coordinates meetings, and all of our municipal partners, Indigenous partners, and ourselves can participate in these, so we all get the same information. And then our emergency coordinators can discuss in the background what might need to happen. So we have developed a spring freshet flood plan that's based on activities that have occurred in the past. Where's flooding occurred? We often see sand and sandbags deployed. We want to make sure we deploy them in the right location. So the plan that's been developed focuses on that. And also in the event that larger infrastructure like the gabion baskets and the larger pieces of infrastructure can be deployed strategically, and a lot of work in just prepping and getting ready for how we get those resources and where and when. So we also do quite a bit with respect to social media campaigning and info releases, and we've started to roll that out now to areas throughout the region, but really targeting areas that people should be prepared. Emergency preparedness starts with each of us as individuals and families and homeowners and businesses, and beyond that, neighborhoods. So we're always receptive to hearing back from some of these targeted areas where people know that they're going to have issues, and then we try to help them with aligning them with resources and preparing themselves. So a lot of work that's happening there with all of our partners as well. And we have the funds in place this year, Chair, for carrying out an emergency radio telecommunications study. This plan was last done around 8-10 years ago. So we're ready to move from that plan onto the next. Telecommunications is exactly that. It's highly technological and things change. We know that with next gen 911 and a variety of other driving factors like that, we need to be on top of that for our telecommunications. So the goal here is to bring in expertise that can work with our fire departments and other agencies that use communication in line with our protocols, as well as looking at our fire dispatch infrastructure and our 911 infrastructure. So it's really more tangibly looking at the structure and the assets and amenities that we use, the technologies we use for communication. So that'll be a big process, Chair, and we'll look forward to having that done and brought back to the board for their discussions as we move towards budget. And I think I'll leave it at that in case there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Is there any questions for Mr. Woods? I see the CAO Newell. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just didn't want to lose sight of the fact, in addition to the emergency telecommunications study, the board also did approve an emergency program study. And I'm not sure if that's later in the year or if Mr. Woods just omitted it from the Q2 report, but I think we'll be starting to work on those, both of those pretty soon. And the intent is to get the terms of reference for those up into committee for discussion so that we don't miss anything that committee may be anticipating would come out of those too. So those both of those studies yet to come.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Is it possible or is it necessary for a follow-up from Mr. Woods?
You should ask Mr. Woods that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Woods, is there a follow-up to that?
Nothing further on that. I think the CAO nailed that.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Is there anybody else that has a question and or comment for Mr. Woods? Okay, please reach out if I'm missing anybody, but I do not see any hands. So that would bring us to the end of protective services. Could I see a motion for adjournment? I see that for Director Bauer and Director Holmes. All in favor? All right, thank you. We're out of there.
Thank you, Director Roberts. Looking at the clock, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to propose that we put the Corporate Services Committee meeting at the end of the board meeting, and I don't think it's going to take us that long. If that will work for the CAO, can we do that?
We could do that, Mr. Chair, or we could just defer it to the next meeting. There's nothing urgent on corporate services. It's either the activity report or the Q1 corporate action plan report, neither of any urgency.
Okay, well, we'll play it by ear then, and if we happen to finish the board meeting early, we will do the corporate committee. So at this point, let's break for lunch, and we'll be back ready to go at 12 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. Everybody, we will get started with the regular board meeting. A reminder, this is the opportunity to remove anything from consent agenda if there is a desire to do so or to have it discussed. Director Kazakovich, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Could I please pull item 8.2.5?
8.2.5?
Yes.
Okay, we can do that. Is there anything else that needs to be removed from the consent agenda? Seeing no hands, I would also point out to the board that item C1 on the agenda will be removed as it has gained compliance, so we don't need to deal with that one. Otherwise, I am looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the consent agenda, corporate issues. Motion on that one, please. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda, development services. A motion for this one. Moved. Thank you. A seconder. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Motion, or any opposed? No opposition. That will move forward. And just a heads up for anybody online, if you did have an item under the consent agenda that has been approved at the moment, except for item A2.5, which will be going into the regular agenda. Brings us to development services. Building inspection, B1, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is the Penticton Speedway in the Upper Carmi area. It is the subject of enforcement for non-compliance with the building bylaw, specifically with regards to a set of bleachers and a retaining wall. And we did have this under order back a few years ago, and then it's our understanding that the lessor has leased the property. He cleaned it up. As far as 2021 went, it was in compliance, and then we've done recent inspections, and we've noticed that a new retaining wall and new bleachers have gone up, and no building permits were applied for. And because it is subject to public occupancy and public assembly, we believe this requires a notice on title and injunctive action to bring it into compliance, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, CAO. I see a hand from Director Kazakovich. I'll go to her first. Go ahead, please.
Yes. To the chair, I will recuse myself on a work-related basis.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll give you a second to disappear. She has vacated the screen, so I will go to Director Obrecht on this. Direction on this?
Yes, thank you to the chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, moved, seconded. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Looking around, seeing no hands, we'll call the question. This is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. I don't know how we're going to let Director Kazakovich know we're back where she can come in. Maybe she can hear us, and hopefully someone could send her a quick note if possible too. Just a text or an email might work. Perfect. Down to item C1 is off, so we're to C2, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is along Highway 97 in the Park Riddle Sportsman's Bowl area, and it is a contravention of our bylaws in that There was a storage building that was altered under permit, but they've added a deck, which didn't have a permit, and they are now using it as a wine tasting facility. And because it is a building of public assembly, without the proper building permits, Mr. Chair, we're suggesting that we place a notice on title and seek injunctive action to bring it in compliance. We have had a number of stop work orders on it, and they've been ignored.
Okay, thank you. This is, in what area is this?
This would be C.
Okay, I will go to Director Knodel then for direction on this.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, you're moving it. Is there a seconder? Thank you. The motion is on the floor. I would ask if there's anybody here to address this from the applicant or an agent. I didn't see anybody in the participants list, but Adam, do you see anyone that I'm missing?
Sorry, I have a camera issue. There are no hands up.
Okay, seeing no hands, I'll ask the board if there's any discussion on this. Again, seeing no hands, I will call the question. All those in favor for a corporate vote? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to Development Services D1, an electoral area I. Advisory Planning Commission, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The board has created a number of advisory planning commissions to advise them on various planning issues. And the way that they communicate with the board is through recommendations that come in their minutes from their meetings. So on March 16th, the Area I Advisory Planning Commission has recommended to the board that we undertake a review of strata bylaws in 2023. We are going to recommend, we think that's valid, Mr. Chair, but we're going to recommend that you task us with investigating that and then coming back with a holistic report as to what the implications of that are. So we're recommending that you just turn that back over to us for report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll go to Director Monteith.
To the chair, I would like to make the administrative recommendation as I do support where this is going.
Okay, you're moving it. Is there a seconder for this? Seconded. Any discussion? Director Monteith?
To the chair, I just want to share my APC's concerns. So Kaleden, we've got no sewer. With the Bearland Strata process, there's no public consultation. So when homes are creating in Bearland Strata, normally with a subdivision, there's a consultation, there's a process to it. With Bearland Strata, the community's not involved. So we've got several lots that are now planning to do Bearland Stratas versus the public process of a subdivision. So it is a concern for my community, and not only Kaleden, but also in other parts of my area. So.
Okay, it's a good point. Any further discussion? Making sure I'm missing no hands here. Okay, I will call the question on this. This is, again, a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D2, a temporary use permit in Area E, CAO.
Yeah, this is to permit a vacation rental on Granite Court. And we're recommending that this be approved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Kozakovich.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the alternate recommendation to deny, and I can speak to that if it's seconded.
Okay, there's a motion to deny. Is there a seconder? I'm assuming That's what Director Roberts is seconding. Thank you. It's on the floor. I'll go to Director Kozakovich then. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We're about 7 years in now on TUPs for vacation rentals, and in conjunction with our OCP review in Area E, we're certainly getting a lot of feedback as to what people want to do with vacation rentals. In this particular case, we've received a lot of feedback from folks in the neighborhood who are against having a vacation rental in this area. And this pretty much parallels what happened in Area A, where we declined the TUP application because there were some concerns from previous experience with that property, having noise or other complaints. So I hope everyone's read the letters in the representations. There's 10 against, 3 for. Of the 10, that represents some more people, but I've also received verbal feedback through our public information meeting and also just directly to me. So folks are not in support of this in general, and I've been asking citizens to get more involved. I've been asking them to speak up, participate at our information meetings, and to write to me. So for me, this is an example of one that I don't feel should be supported in the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. As this is a motion to deny, I should probably ask if the applicant or her agent is online and wishes to speak to this. And again, I could ask Adam if you're seeing.
So is the name Catherine? Is it?
I don't know the people's names, but if they.
There's a hand up.
There's a hand up there. Okay. I will go to Catherine. Are you wishing to speak to this? Catherine? Did you want to speak to this, please? Hello?
Hi. Hi, I'm not able to be, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
sorry,
we can.
I wasn't able to be unmuted. I'm Catherine. I don't think I know many people on there. I think I know Campbell, that's the only person, but anyways, so we purchased our property 5 years ago and built our home. At that point, there was nothing against doing rentals. We don't live there full time. We live in Vancouver. We have 2 little kids, so we're not there as much as we want to be, or I would like to be, but it's hard with hockey and that kind of thing. So we were hoping to rent our place primarily to friends for maybe 10 weeks a year, probably less, as we spend most of our summer there. Anyways, so that's why we applied for the temporary use permit. At that point, our strata wasn't really against it. In our strata, it seems like there's sort of like 5 or 6 people that run the show there. Like I'm part of the strata, but 5 or 6 people in our community that do, and they happen to be our neighbors and have complained about things that sort of seem, they're a little bit ridiculous, quite honestly. Anyways, I feel it's really unfortunate that we're not even given a chance to do this, considering we spent all the money to apply and went through all the hoops. And I also communicated with our neighbors and stuff. So I feel like it's a little bit disappointing for us not even to have a chance, considering it's a 1-year thing. We also are planning to only do weekly rentals, not nightly rentals. We don't want it to be like a hotel. We honestly poured our heart and soul into this house and our finances. And it's just really discouraging that something like this can change so easily based on like 2 people's opinions. So we find that really difficult, but I just wanted to speak to the decision.
We appreciate that. I'll just ask the board if there's anybody who has any questions for Catherine. Director Robinson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just on a point of order, this sounds to me like we're dealing with somebody else's jurisdiction here. This is a strata council. It's got nothing to do with the RDOS.
So we shouldn't have apply for a temporary use permit?
I would have to
I
ask
don't
the
think so.
CAO.
Not unless the strata allows it.
Well, it's in our strata, we're allowed rentals based on if we have the temporary use permit. Yeah, sorry, that is.
So
Okay, good clarification.
that clarifies it. Any other questions of the applicant? Go ahead, Director Obrecht.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And my question, I'm looking for clarification on history. Has this property been a vacation rental previous to now?
No, we've been there we got occupancy of our house not this past summer, the summer before. We've spent and so we only spent half the summer, and then last summer we spent the summer there. I think people had a couple complaints about us, which I've heard, which they said to me too. And it's people complain about like if we have music on outside or something, not that it's ever been at night or anything, just in the day. One day we had music on at our pool, which I didn't think there was anything wrong with that, considering it wasn't loud at all and there was a baby there when it happened. But anyway, so I think there's a complaint about that, and people are worried about that in our strata. It's not a 55 plus community, but it seems to be people really want it run that way. So we weren't really aware of that when we purchased the property. Financially, we'd like to be able to rent it, but yeah.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Director Ober?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Director Monteith, you have a question?
Yes, to the chair. Would you have somebody that would be managing it on your behalf? Would you be doing that? And
no,
what?
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say we do have someone managing it who's in Naramata, who would be paid a salary for the weeks it's rented, and then and on an hourly basis for any time they need to go out there. He's our landscaper, and his wife, who also does all the cleaning, and they are also the landscapers for our community, like our strata.
Okay. All right, thank you. Is there anything further, Director Monteith? No? Again, looking around the board for any questions. Seeing none, I thank you, Catherine, for your, oh, did I miss a hand?
No, well, this is another hand up
in the gallery?
Attendees, yes. Attendees.
We normally don't let the attendees speak unless it's the applicant or the individual. Okay, so that's where we're at with that. I will say thank you, Catherine, for the input. We'll turn it back to the board for direction and discussion. Any further discussion on this? We do have a motion to deny, just to refresh everybody's memory. Go ahead, please, Director Monteith.
To the chair, I just want to point out that when my community expressed concern about a TUP, I was basically told that the board direction was that TUPs were part of our OCP and they were fully supported. Very discouraging when you have a community that's saying that they're against a TUP in a specific location. I know that my community, they support some TUPs. They make sense. They're logical. The neighbors support it. The community supports it. But when we have a site-specific home that's not supported, I think as a board we need to pay attention to that. I think that the TUP should be very site-specific. It should not be a blanket okay. And I was really disappointed that the board took that blanket okay the last time. And I won't make that mistake again. I will definitely speak up when my community is saying that they don't want something. So I do support where you're going, Director Kovacevic. I think that it's our job to represent, and it's disappointing that we give that blanket okay because it's not okay.
Okay, thank you, Director Monteith. Director Kovacevic, I see your hand again.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
And I appreciate what Director Monteith just said. You know, and I understand the applicant said there's a few people speaking against this. When we've looked at some past applications where there's been maybe one or two against, possibly one or two letters in favor, we have gone and given that one-time approval. In this case, we have 10 letters attached to this report against. Plus there would be more speaking up to me in person. So it's challenging. We like to give that first time try. At the same time, we do ask our citizens for feedback and we go through a consultation process. So it's a fine line between just allowing everyone to try and ignoring what the public says, why would we ask them for their feedback if we're not going to follow it? So this is a very difficult process. It hasn't been until more recently where people are starting to pay attention to temporary use permit applications specific to vacation rentals. And I look forward to Director Obrick's motion coming up later today, because I think we do need to review the process and look at future changes to TUPs. And this really has come to light in Area E because it's come up in our OCP review. So that's what's really helped bring this to light, is the OCP review committee is looking at changes to vacation rental TUPs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the information. I'll go to Director Knodel. I see your hand. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. Just a little conflicted on this one, seeing as how, and I do remember the issue that Director Monteith brought to the board, and we supported it or rejected her submission in favor of that we allow this and allow temporary use permits and vacation rentals as a generality, and they have a 1-year grace period or proving period, I guess would be a better word for it. So I'm inclined to go with the 1-year proving period to find out if there really is an issue, seeing as how we've set the precedent of moving in that direction in the past. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Robinson, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. I'm curious as to whether there are, do we have any other TUPs in this particular building? Or
in the strata?
In the strata?
I'm not sure on that. Can CAO or staff let us know on that, or does Director Kozakovich know?
If Director Kozakovich doesn't, Mr. Chair, we'd have to turn this over to Mr. Garish. I'm not sure if he'd have that available.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Director Knodel on this. I mean, if the strata is saying that it's acceptable in their strata, and then we override that by denying the permit, I have a bit of a problem with that. Either the strata needs to change its rules for everyone, but I just don't see the fairness involved in singling out one applicant here. I'm more inclined to give them a temporary permit and then they can prove themselves. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Okay, good points. Director Kozakovich, I see your hand again.
Yeah, I fully understand all the points being made. I did read a set of minutes from the strata, and they did have a vote a while back, a few years ago, I guess, to not allow vacation rentals. However, the vote was 71%, and they needed 75% to make that change. They needed a 3/4 vote of, I guess, those that were participating on the strata to make that change. So it did come out at 71%. I don't know if they're going to look at doing a new vote. So currently, it is allowed in their strata rules.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I do recall reading that as well. And any further discussion from the board? Director Obrick.
Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to add a few comments. Thank you to the chair and through the chair. What the strata permits or does not permit is not relevant to the TUP discretionary nature. So this board is not bound by the strata bylaw. But what I find fascinating is the 71%. That is not a strata that is supportive of this. That's I don't care what their bylaw says, that's not supportive. And I want to speak to I'll speak to this later with my motion, but I know in my community, we have this issue in some of our strata buildings, and we have a lot of people not happy with both illegal vacation rentals and some that might even be lawful, but this is a discretionary process. I'll speak more to my motion later today, but I think this is yet another example of where it's time for us to review our rule. Things have changed in 9 years since the Leach case and the TUP process, which I think was an excellent balancing of considerations. And it is a balancing. It is a balancing. It is a discretion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Looking around for any further hands or discussion. Seeing none, I would add my 2 bits worth on this as well. I tend to agree with Director Knodel in the fact that generally we've always tried to allow that 1-year grace period to allow people to have the opportunity to either fail or not. And that gives us then the opportunity to actually verify whether there's a problem there, rather than just go on there may be a problem. And that's kind of the way I see this at the moment. There may be a problem, but so it's a decision we've got to make. Any further discussion? Director Monteith.
To the chair, I just want to add to your point that when we did have that presentation or conversation with staff, I do recall a comment that not all TUPs were going through with their renewal afterwards, after that 1 year. So if we get in the habit of approving that one time, what is the return rate on the continuing of the TUP? And are we setting precedent continuing that when we're not following up with the expectation of them coming back? I also want to make sure that as a board, we're understanding that we ask for feedback, but yet we're not respecting it. We're not listening to it. So I do support where this is going, where the motion is, just because we're supposed to listen to feedback. That's what we're here to do, is compare feedback to the bylaws and what makes sense. And I think that when we do allow that constant 1 year approval, I think we get in a position of having operations in communities that we don't want, but the community doesn't want. So I do support where this is going.
Okay. Any further? I see a hand from Director Roberts. Go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. So my question or statement would be that I'm assuming then that these people could come back in a year and try again, and they can work on eliciting support from their community with more education about what they plan on doing, etc. Am I correct in that? Or if this is turned down, is it for a longer length of time? Thanks. I may have forgotten.
CAO or Mr. Garish, do you have an answer for that? What's the return time if this is denied? When can they reapply? Or can they?
It's usually 6 months, Mr. Chair. But Mr. Garish may have something in his procedure bylaw that would change that.
Okay, Mr. Garish, do you have information on that? I'm not seeing Chris on there.
Let's go with the fact that they could reapply at a later date, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that would be my assumption as well, probably 6 months. Director Obrecht?
Yes, thank you to the chair. I just want to add a couple comments, and I think this is real important. This is discretionary. This is not an automatic rubber stamp approval for a first-time trial in all cases. When I see the feedback from a community that, and I've read it, this is not supported, and there's a lot of reasons here. Now, I don't know if some of the reasons are false or they're true, but there's a lot here. It's not just, oh gosh, they complied with the rule and nobody cares. This is a lot of people expressing concern about conduct that matters to their enjoyment of their uses to their home. And a TUP, it's a discretionary authority that this board gets to exercise. And I just agree with Director Monteith that we have a duty to the public to listen. Otherwise, why ask for that input on a process that's discretionary? So I think the debate is excellent, but I wanted to make that point because this is not an automatic approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Looking for hands. I would also make the point then, for my last 2 bits on this, is that I agree that you do and should listen to the public, but they're not the only part of this equation. I've always looked at it as the public, the policy, and the professionals' opinion. The public has about a third of the say. Our policy at the moment has been, and still is, subject to maybe a review as a motion in the future, to allow it for that first year. And at the moment, our professionals, which are the staff planners, are saying support it. So that's where I stand. And everybody's got to make their decisions as they see fit, though. So. Seeing no further hands, this is a rural vote. I will call the question. All those in favor, and this is for denial. All those in favor? Okay, thank you very much. Those opposed? Directors Knodel and Director Pendergraft opposed. Motion carries. If I missed anybody who was opposed, please let me know. I might have missed, but anyway, the item has been denied. So we go down to D3, the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw, CAO. You're muted on us.
Sorry about that. This is the adoption of our consolidated zoning bylaws for the Okanagan Valley. And there's 3 bylaws involved. And there's minor amendments to the OCPs, just housekeeping type of issues in order to allow the zoning consolidation to occur. And then there's also the notice enforcement amendment bylaw. So we're asking for adoption on all 3 of those bylaws, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Looking for direction from the board. This is a rural vote again, just so we know. Director Knodel, are you moving it?
No, I just have a quick question about 6.7.1 on metal storage containers. Is that saying it requires a siting permit on any parcel? That's sort of the way it reads right now.
Can I go to Mr. Garish on that?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get my copy of the bylaw open. We did, just for clarification, we did put in a section dedicated to metal storage containers, but it's not reflecting the new direction from the board. It's basically there as a placeholder and it reflects historic interpretation of metal storage containers. And so the amendment bylaw related to siting permits is currently at second reading, and it'll be proceeding with a separate zoning amendment with the new storage container regulations. So I'm not sure if that helps provide clarification.
It does. At the moment, what Director Knodel was reading is the way it is at the moment. So.
Yeah.
Any direction from the board on this? Looking for a motion for adoption. Anybody willing to do that? Director Gettens, are you moving it? Thank you. A seconder? Seconder, thank you. Discussion on this? Seeing hands. Seeing none, I will call the question. Again, this is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to community services. Item E1, Naramata Parks and Rec. Oh. Did I miss something? Oh, there's a second motion. Sorry, good catch. Needing a motion then for the second part of that, to amend the notice of enforcement amendment bylaw to be adopted. Moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion on this? Again, seeing no hands. This is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that, Director Trainer, for noticing that.
Chair,
Down
sorry
to
to interrupt.
E1.
We have item A25 coming off the consent agenda as well.
That's right. Down then to A 2.5, was it? CAO?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, CAO, on this. Do you want to introduce it?
Sure. So this is another temporary use application for a vacation rental in Area E, and we were prepared to recommend approval of that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Director Kazakovich, you'd asked for this to come off.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation and speak to it, please.
Okay, you're moving it. A seconder on that? Thank you. Go ahead, Director Kazakovich.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I pulled this one because there was an error in the report. It indicated that at the public information meeting, there was no members of the public present, when in fact there were 3 people present on the call. So I just wanted to correct that for everyone. Those folks that participated did not speak to this application, but there were 3 people listening into it. Unlike the other application we just had, this one actually fits what a lot of the public have been asking for. So this vacation rental application, the homeowner lives there full time all year and is renting out just 1 bedroom in that house. So that is something that the public has been asking more for if we're going to approve vacation rentals. So I'm happy to give this one my support.
Okay, thank you for that, Director. It's been seconded. Any further discussion? Again, seeing no hands. This is a rural vote, if I'm not mistaken, as it's off the off the main consent agenda. Call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we're down to E1, Naramata Parks and Rec Commission, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the board's created 6 recreation commissions throughout the regional district, and we've been endeavoring to put some parameters around how we communicate or staff our recreation commissions, Mr. Chair, within the resources that we have. So the Naramata Parks and Recreation Commission, appropriately so, has brought this to the board's attention, and they want to have a discussion about how we do that. So out of their minutes of February 28th, they've recommended that we undertake a review of how we do communicate on our resource plans with the commissions. So what we'd like to do is have that sent back to administration, and we'll bring back a report at the next meeting with regards to what impact that would have.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Kazakovich. You have a direction on this?
Thank you. I'm just having a computer delay here. I'd like to move that recommendation, please.
Okay, moved, seconded. Thank you. Discussion on this? Director Monteith?
To the chair, I do want to share that my Parks and Recreation Commission, they struggled at times as well with communication with staff, not knowing what their role was, getting a staff perspective on what their role was. I know that when CAO Newell came to one of our meetings, and after that conversation with our commission, high value, lots of great conversation, and it continued that understanding moving forward on how to work more effectively with staff. So I know that staff are doing a great job with their training sessions. All those great steps are in the right direction. I do feel that having that one-on-one from a CAO perspective with the commission, it really helped my commission. So if there is that opportunity, I would recommend it.
Okay, thank you. Director Gettens and then Director Obrick.
Thank you to the chair. I think this is a great idea. But my question is that we've now had 2 Parks and Recreation committees put work onto staff. And I'm just curious, because we've talked about this over the years about staff at capacity, how does this get prioritized? Who then takes the time to do the report? Are they having to bump something else to do this report? If we have all the commissions, APCs and parks, how are we managing this workflow, or what's going to get paused while this gets done? And I'm curious how this is going to impact other work that we've got going on.
Okay, thank you for that. I suspect that's the purpose of going back to administration. They will tell us what will happen, but I'll go to the CAO and maybe he can clarify that.
We're goal focused, Mr. Chair, and we'll certainly do whatever the board tells us to do. It is a matter of prioritization, though, so that's why we'd like time to consider this and then bring it back for that discussion. We'll probably put it on committee, and we'll have that discussion and try and come up with a logical process that hopefully may address the concerns.
Okay, thank you for that. Did you have a follow-up, Director Gettens, or?
Yeah, I do. So our Parks and Rec Commission in Area F, we don't meet a lot. So I just wanted to make sure, I might just be a bit behind because we don't meet as often as other commissions. But the expectation of the commission is that they can put this recommendation forward, but it may not be looked at. Like I like the other one where with Director Monti saying it's, for 2023 we're looking at doing this. Like that expectation is being set with commissions that we can't always respond in a timely manner to that priority of the commission. Like I just wanted to make sure that is clear.
Well, until we have that discussion, I don't think it is at the moment. So we'll find out when it comes back to us if it goes that direction. I will go to Director Obrick and then Director Kozakovich.
Yes, and thank you to the chair. I do support the motion, and I think this is really important. Prior to being elected, I sat on both the Advisory Planning Commission and on the Parks and Rec Commission, and since I've been elected, I should say, I make a point of going to those commission meetings. I think it's the duty of the directors to go to the meetings because the commissions are advisory to this board. And this board is not at those meetings. And so if the electoral area director is not there to pay attention and speak to these matters, the board doesn't get the benefit of that advice. And I think one of the details that needs attention on this process is the role clarification. And I want to emphasize role clarification is a two-way or multi-lane process. It's not just the commission members who may be confused on their role. I've witnessed staff who may not fully appreciate the role of the commission, and this causes confusion with commission members who may get the idea that the role is for staff to tell commission members why they can't do things, when indeed I would think the role of staff is to provide proper answers to proper questions. This is how we get public engagement, public input. We don't have, like municipalities do, elected at-large council members who can speak to an issue. I'm alone, and there's 18 others here who don't know my area, but those commission members do. And the opportunity here for better, it's very important because these communities deserve to have their tax dollars respected. They deserve value for money. They deserve the opportunity to be heard, to give the advice. And for us at the board, at budget, this is how we make choices on projects and capital expenditures. And staff have input. Staff are part of that. It's not one or the other. It's all together. And so I just wanted to speak to it because I really appreciate Naramata Parks and Rec Commission. I think it's a good recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, Director Kozakovich.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to mention, I think over the years we've seen some changes in staff with our Parks and Rec meetings, that just attendance or what information is shared. And we know that our staff are absolutely swamped with projects. They're trying to keep up on projects and what we want. Every year we have floods and fires. It pulls staff away as they work in the EOCs. So this is not about trying to take up their time, but we have seen changes. And I think for at least Area E Parks and Rec Commission, we have some members on there who have been there for more than a decade, people that have been involved for a long time. So when the flow of information changes, that doesn't work so well for them. And this is not about micromanaging staff. We try to make sure our volunteers understand their roles, because sometimes they do overstep and they try to tell staff how to do their jobs. But an example is rec coordination. So I know our rec coordinator has limited hours, and attendance and reports will take some time away from his ability to be out and about in the community. But we've always had that. Our rec coordinators would attend as much as they could, usually 10 meetings a year, provide a written half-page update, answer questions, so that the Parks and Rec Commission is better informed as to what's happening in the community. Because sometimes it does seem like you're caught off guard on a project or an event. So I had some suggestions on how this could be improved. So I'm hoping that through review, maybe all of us can come up with a better way of doing things. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Looking around for any further discussion on this. Seeing no hands. Again, this is a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Public electric vehicle charging infrastructure, item E2, CAO.
We had a representative from Fortis and from our energy advisor at the last meeting, Mr. Chair, regarding public electric vehicle charging infrastructure gap study they wanted to do. And this now is the bylaw that will allow us to withdraw funds from our CARET reserve fund, that $19,425 in order to undertake this study, Mr. Chair. And we're recommending that this get 3 readings and adoption.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved. Is there a seconder for it? Thank you. Discussion on this? Fairly straightforward. So seeing no hands, again, corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Apex Fire Hall land tenure, E3 CAO.
We know the problems with acquiring tenure on Crown lands, Mr. Chair, and the time it takes. This is the Apex Fire Hall that have located a site up at the resort, and we want a much longer tenure on it than 5 years, but this is what they said they can do for us right away. So we're recommending that we enter into a 5-year interim license agreement with the Crown for the Apex Fire Hall, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Monteith.
To the chair, could I ask, what is the certainty on getting an extension? So if we're looking at building a building, I want to make sure that we're not starting to build and then losing the land. Yeah. So what is the likelihood of proceeding?
Can you answer that, CAO?
So we have a verbal approval that it's just in the works, and it will take a while for them to get the longer license of occupation ready for us, and that this 5-year is something the officer can issue right away. So we're fairly secure, but you never know.
We're as secure as we can be, I guess, would be the way to put it. All right, Director
If we want to get started, this is what we have to do.
Okay.
And I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Seeing no hands, again, a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to F1, West Bench Soil Removal and Deposition Service Establishment Bylaw, CAO.
Mr. Garish mentioned this under his activity report, Mr. Chair. This comes out of the West Bench geotechnical study. And he mentioned at the time that he's starting to work on the regulatory bylaw with regards to the soil removal and deposition. This isn't that. This is the service establishment bylaw. So those that will benefit from the bylaw would pay. And so this will establish the service area, and it would establish the methodology for raising the funds required to implement the service. And then the regulatory bylaw will come later. But we need to get started on the establishment bylaw, or we won't be done in time for the next fiscal year. So this then is the service establishment bylaw. We're looking for first, second, third, and then we'll forward it to the ministry. We want to do it by alternative assent. And in that case, we would leave this open until July 15th in order for objections, Mr. Chair. And then it would come back based on the response from those in the service area. So what we need is that first, second, third reading, Mr. Chair, and then approval to go by alternative assent. We'll approve the form and we'll set the deadline for July 15th. And then it sets out the number that would have to object in order to defeat the bylaw.
Okay, and I think we can do this all in one motion if that's the direction Director Gettens wants to go, but I'll go to her, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Very much the direction I'd like to go, please. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, moved and seconded. Thank you. Discussion on this? Making sure I'm not missing any hands. Seeing none. Again, this would be a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. F2, Headley Parks and Maintenance Cost Contribution Service Establishment, CAO.
Director Roberts has a couple of small parks that he wants to be able to raise funds for and contribute to those that run the parks on a regular basis. And so same deal, we have to establish a service for that, define the geographic area, define how we're going to raise the funds required to sustain the service. So we are recommending that we give this contribution bylaw first, second, and third reading, Mr. Chair. We'd also like to do that through the alternative assent process. We'd set a similar deadline of July 15th for objections, if any, to be in, and approve their response form, and then set the limits of how many objections would be required in order to defeat the bylaw. So that's our recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. I would like to move this motion, of course, and then speak to it once if it's seconded.
Awesome. Okay, it's moved and seconded. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is again one of these pieces of the puzzle in Area G where long-standing payment through multiple means, whether or not contingency plan or grants, to maintain and help facilitate support for washrooms in the park or lawn maintenance, etc. So these are things that we, as Area G, have been paying for. It's just now cleaning it up, putting it on a service, and of course, as the CAO mentioned, figuring out who pays into it, because at the moment in time, going through the route that has been for since time memorial in regards to the washrooms and the support of the park has been the whole Area G. So this just kind of cleans this up, makes it clear, and then you get a clear direction from the community they want, and making it, as we like to say, transparent. So again, thankful for staff and their hard work in putting this together.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion on this? Seeing no hands, again, this is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to F3, mosquito control cost recovery method, CAO.
We've had some discussions on two issues with regards to mosquito control recently, Mr. Chair. One is the cost recovery methodology, which this issue deals with, and then the other is participants. Right now, it's a sub-regional program. We discussed making it regional. This only addresses one of them. Before we could go out and ask the remaining participants whether they want to join or not, we need to know how much the cost would be and how it would be allocated. So that's why we need to amend the service establishment bylaw for mosquito control to address cost recovery before we would then talk about whether the other members may want to participate. So this is an amendment to the service establishment bylaw, Mr. Chair, to change the cost recovery method. And we're simply in this bylaw recommending that it be an added value tax in the property and land. And if the board proceeds with that, once we get that, then we can address the participants. So we're recommending that this establishment bylaw amendment be given 3 readings and then again be forwarded to the minister. Mr. Chair, we do it by AAP of those current participants. We set the deadline again at July 15th. We approve the response form, and then we set the number of people that would have to object in order to defeat the bylaw. So that is our recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Looking for direction from the board on this. You're moving it, Director Bush. Thank you. Seconded. Great. Any discussion on it? Director Bauer?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick question on the AAP. The areas that are not participating presently in that mosquito program, will they vote on that too, or are they exempt from that voting?
They would not participate in this process, Mr. Chair. It would be, if the cost recovery methodology is approved, then we would invite the others in.
Okay.
Can I have a follow-up, Chair?
Please, go ahead.
Okay, and so I assume it will be approved. So the next AAP then, will that be the 3 areas together or individually?
I'm going to refer this to Ms. Malden as to the methodology for coming into the service, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if it can't be done by Director Assent, but I'll turn it over to Ms. Malden.
Okay, Ms. Malden?
Thanks for that, Chair. So we have, if that new requisition method is approved, there would be the 3 additional areas that needed to be added. We can't do it with Director Assent for the rural areas. Of course, the municipality could. What we would do is bring a report to the board with our 2 options. And one is that we conduct an AAP in all 3 areas together, and the board would vote on whether that was the way to go or whether it was to go individually. The issue with doing it individually is some areas may opt in and may opt out, and that would not achieve the goal, if that is the goal of being a regional service. So that's a discussion to have once this part of it is done, but those would likely be the 2 options that we were bringing forward to the board once this is complete, is whether we do it as one. The legislation allows for provision to do that and put it out to the electorate in those areas, or whether we did 3 separate ones, accepting the fact that if one chose not to come in, it would not be a regional service.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Malden. Anything further, Director Bauer?
No, that pretty much answers my question in regards whether my constituents will have a say if the board decides that all 3 should, make that decision. Then, of course, we are in a disadvantage because of the number of electors here. So just wanted to make sure that comes out. Okay, thanks.
All right. Any further discussion? Again, seeing no hands, I will call the question. Again, corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Director Bauer is opposed. Motion carries. F4, purchase of a Naramata Fire Department fire truck, CAO.
Naramata Fire Department wants to purchase 2 fire trucks, Mr. Chair, and the method of funding is through a loan authorization bylaw. So this is bylaw 2964, which would permit us to borrow up to $400,000 for these 2 trucks. And we're looking for 3 readings on that, and then it would be forwarded to the inspector. We want to do that through alternative assent process. We again would set July 15th as the closing date for objections. We want to approve the response form and then set the number of ratepayers that would have to object in order to defeat the bylaw. So that is our recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Kazakovich.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Moved. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Discussion on this? Seeing no hands. Again, corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to F5, an ice resurfacer for the Osiris Arena, CAO.
So the Sun Bowl Arena needs a new resurfacer, and we need to borrow the money for that. Electoral Area A is putting in some money, and the town of Osiris is putting in some money. They need to borrow the remainder. So this then is the approval of the board, and we can do it this way rather than a loan authorization bylaw because it's a 5-year amortization period. Anything less is fine. Anything over that would have required a loan authorization bylaw. But for this one, it is to borrow up to $110,000 over 5 years for that resurfacer for the Sun Bowl Arena, and we can do that by resolution, and that's our recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Rhodes on this. Would you want to make that motion?
Yes, I'll move the staff recommended option.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, thank you very much. Any discussion on this? Go ahead, Director Johansson.
I'm just wondering if you're going to be looking to purchase an electric Zamboni.
Is there such a thing?
GHG free.
That's actually a very good question, and one I'm not sure of the answer to. So is there anything that you know, CAO?
I didn't catch the question, Mr. Chair.
Is it an electric Zamboni or
I believe it is.
Emitter?
I believe it is electric.
It is an electric, so.
It's electric. Yeah.
Perfect. Good to hear. Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, in Summerland, we just recently replaced our Zamboni with an electric one, and if I remember correctly, we got some grant funding to do that. So it might be worth looking into. You can touch base with the Summerland Rec Department and see exactly who they applied to for that funding, but there might be some grant funding available for going electric.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm sure we can look into that. Any further discussion on this? Seeing no hands, again, a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to F6, Strengthening Communities Services Grant Program, CAO.
The Strengthening Community Services Grant Program, again, through UBCM. It's about the unsheltered homeless, but there seems to be an opportunity in there that may fit with some of our interest in looking at alternative housing forms like bunkies or year-round RVs in the rural areas. So we got the expression of interest from the Naramata Parks and Recreation Commission, and they've pointed out some parts of the grant application guide that we can apply under. So we think it's worth a try, Mr. Chair. We do have on the planning department's work list for this year a review of affordable housing. Not as extensive as they would have had to do if the requirement to look at it under the regional growth strategy would have passed, but they do have that on their docket for this year, and we think that if we can get a response on this grant within the 90 days, which the application guide says we should, then we may be able to work in our conjunction with that project, Mr. Chair. So we're recommending that that we do submit an application with regards to looking at alternative forms of housing under this tranche of the Strengthening Community Services Grant, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Director Kazakovich?
To move the administrative recommendation, I'd like to speak to it as well, please.
Okay, it's moved, and I see several seconders, so it is seconded. It's on the floor. Go ahead, Director Kazakovich.
Great, thank you very much. Just a point of clarification. It wasn't through our Parks and Rec Commission. However, the member that brought it forward is on that commission. This really stemmed more out of our official community plan committee. So big thank you to Adrienne Fedrigo. She's on that committee. She's also on Parks and Rec and APC. And she came across this grant opportunity and brought it forward to me to bring forward today. And I really thought that this is something we should pursue. We've heard Director Bob Coyne, Area H, bring up the issues in that area with people needing to live in bunkies, or they're living in RVs and properties. They can't afford a home. Our zoning doesn't allow for a lot of people to exist the way they are. I'm seeing that in Naramata as well now. We're seeing that increase where people are putting mobile homes on a property where they shouldn't, skirting it in. We're seeing RVs being skirted in and being lived in, and people wanting more opportunities such as tiny homes. So I thought this might address the request that Director Coyne put forward, Bob Coyne, and maybe we could have an opportunity to get somebody in a position to do some research for us through this grant to come up with opportunities, and maybe it ends up being a change in zoning or a new zone that may need to be created for us. So thanks again to Adrienne.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to Director Knodel.
Thank you to the chair. We're also seeing a lot of this in Area C, and we kind of have sometimes a bad opinion of homeless being derelict or socially dysfunctional, and that's not at all the case. A lot of them are just people who no longer afford the system and are having to find alternatives. And some of our alternatives do not address these people. So I'm very much looking forward to this. Thank you.
Okay, Director Obrick?
Yes, thank you to the chair, and I want to say thank you through the chair to Director Kazakovich and to Adrienne as well. This is a really good opportunity. We have the same issues in Area D, but wow, and thank you. I just agree with everything Director Kazakovich said. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anything further from the board as far as questions or discussion? Again, seeing no hands, a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to G, CAO reports. CAO.
Nothing new from me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Other business, down to the chair's report. The only item that I would report was yesterday, the CAO and I, and actually the mayor of Penticton, had an opportunity to meet with the PI
be Chief Gabriel down on the Channel Parkway for the initial discussion about what capital projects may need to be started down there. And it went reasonably well, I think, and it gives us a starting point. And most of that discussion will be coming back to the board in the future as to whether we want to address some of these potential capital projects. I would just mention the first one was a bridge that is a footbridge that crosses one of the creeks along the channel. And there's been an issue with potentially some injured people along the trail where the ambulances can't cross that footbridge, so have quite a distance to wheel the cart or whatever you want to call that little trolley on. So it's something that might be the first item on our priority list, but we'll bring that back for a later discussion. And that would do it for me. That brings us to board representations. Municipal Finance Authority. We did have a meeting back in March that I attended, and as far as the MFA goes, we still got our top rating, and there are some other opportunities though for municipalities and regional districts to invest some of the monies that they have that they're holding in long term, and I'm thinking it's over a 10-year period. So if somebody is interested in that, they could reach out and I can give you some more information on it. It won't work for most of us electoral areas because we don't seem to be able to hold on to our money that long or have that long of a planning window yet, but maybe. Anyway, if there's anything, I will also send out, or I'll have staff send out the annual report from MFA, and if you so choose to read it, you can, and I will leave it at that. Municipal insurance, nothing to discuss there. OBWB, that usually goes to Director McCordoff, but she's not here, so would Director Holmes or Director Knodel? Go ahead, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Director McCordoff asked me if I could just report out on it. So we had a meeting earlier this month, and one of the discussion items was continuing concern about the leveling off and even reduction of government funding to address zebra and quagga mussels. The current federal funding for lake monitoring and outreach and education expires next year. And so it was agreed by the board to write a letter to Joyce Murray, the new Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, asking for a renewal of multi-year federal funding for that. So that's gone out. The water conservation and quality improvement grants were awarded. That's 300. They awarded to 15 projects. The maximum amount, $350,000 total. It was oversubscribed, so many of the projects didn't get their full funding that they were asking for. But I can report that the RDOS application for the baseline study for the, I don't know if I can pronounce this correctly, but the cryptoporidium levels in Okanagan Lake, that was funded for the most part. And it was the annual joint session with the Okanagan Water Stewardship Council. The OBWB board and the Stewardship Council meet together once a year, so that was their annual meeting. And we were presented the work plan for the coming year by the Stewardship Council. And one of the things of interest was we'll be doing a study on the impacts and issues surrounding agricultural irrigation. So look forward to that in the coming year or so. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Down to Okanagan Film Commission. I'll go to Director Gettins for that. If she's still on there. Director Gettins, do you have anything to report from Film Commission? Maybe we've lost her. I'll go to Okanagan Regional Library. Director Monteith.
Meeting is in May.
Next meeting in May. Okay, thank you. Okanagan Sterile Insect Release. Director Bush.
Yeah, same thing. Our next meeting's middle of May.
Okay, thank you. Simia, Director Knodel. Anything?
Yeah, our AGM is on May 6th, so that'll be, after that, I'll have something to report, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you. Starling Control, Director Bush.
And we have a meeting lined up for next week.
All right, so we'll hear something in the future there. Nothing from the Fire Chiefs Liaison Committee, nothing from the IJC, Okanagan Smokemean Regional Hospital District. Anything there, Director Johansson?
Nothing too much. You do have a hospital district interior health meeting scheduled for next Wednesday during SILGA. And anticipating an ICE delegation coming in May or May 19th meeting, I believe, to discuss capital planning, but also hopefully provide an update on the PCN funding request that was pulled earlier this year because it didn't have sort of all their ducks in a row. So a little more discussion on hospital stuff in May than we've had in April.
Okay, thank you for that. Good to hear. Brings us over to H3, which is Director's Motions. And we have a Director's Motion from Director Oberick. Please, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. And yes, I just want to speak to it briefly and then I'll make the motion. We had interesting discussion today that demonstrates that it's probably timely to review our TUP short-term rental bylaw. I am quite familiar with the Leach case and the public process that resulted in what I thought was an excellent balancing of considerations in our current bylaw. And many years have passed, maybe 8, maybe 9, maybe 10, depending on where you start the counting. The Leach case was back around 2012. When we look at how times have changed, technology has changed, COVID has changed a lot of things. And I'm going to quote Maya Angelou again. I know Director McCorduff is not here, but for those of you who don't know, Director McCorduff has told us that Maya Angelou is a hero of hers. And I think very highly of Maya Angelou as well. And she has said that do the best you can with what you know. When you know better, do better. And we've learned something in 10 years. We know better. It's now time to do better. And I was at the LGLA conference and on the Electoral Area Directors Forum on April 6th, we had a fascinating presentation done by the mayor of Whistler. His name is Jack Crompton, and the subject matter was short-term rentals. And I learned something that day that I didn't know, but was quite impressed. I went to the FCM conference June 1, 2019, Quebec City. There was a panel, Minister Robinson and others. I learned a lot then about Airbnb and how it's impacting our residential housing market, our hotel industries. But Mayor Jack Crompton blew me away. He sat on a panel. There is a report available that deals with this issue specifically. And he threw out numbers that I can't even keep up to the numbers. 2.9 million Airbnb, 140 igloos. 140 igloos. There's 9 million visits per week in January 2022. The users, 75% of the users under age 45. The Marriott hotel chain does $48 billion worldwide. Airbnb, $104 billion, and it's going up. The addressable market, Airbnb went public, $3.2 trillion. The bottom line is it's a massive impact on everything, is what the mayor said. 1/5 of all bookings, 20% of bookings are now over 1 month. People are no longer needing to go to work. They're working from home. And when you work from home, you might want to work from France or from the Okanagan. And this is, he said things that made sense. He talked about the opportunity. He talked about priorities. He talked about thinking about rural areas and participating in tourism. He said, you didn't have hotels before. How could you participate? now rural areas can participate differently in tourism. There's economic opportunities. He emphasized the opportunity to get the balance right. He said you want to maximize the benefits, but limit the threats. The threats are what we're hearing about from our communities. And how do you do that? And there's a risk. He spoke about the risk of, and it's a phrase I hadn't heard before, but maybe some of you have, and the language is very powerful, but he says these things are hollowing out communities, hollowing out, damaging, changing. This is happening not just here, it's happening all over the place. It's happening in Montreal, it's happening in Vancouver, it's happening in big centers, it's happening in rural. So I think the time is now. It's a good time to begin a proper review and potential public engagement, and let the public express concern, and let us do our job in maybe finding a little better sweet spot where we can get the balance of the benefits and minimize those risks. I spoke with the mayor after his presentation. I thanked him, and no surprise, like all mayors, he welcomed further contact and sharing. He will share. Whistler has a lot of experience, and we don't have to look far to get some really good inputs on this question. And so I wanted to share all that because, you know, you go to the conference and you don't know what people are going to say. And when you hear it sometimes, I think it was Yogi Berra who said you can observe a lot just by watching, or you can hear a lot just by listening would be another way of thinking. And you can learn a lot if you watch and hear. So I'm suggesting we take the opportunity to learn and listen and pay attention to our communities. We're hearing it. We're hearing it at our community level. And now I think it's time for the board to hear it so we can, and I think, final point, I think the municipal members of this board benefit too. Because when you know what's going on in our areas, I think we can work together on big issues like tourism and community and economic development. These things tie in. We're not isolated. And I'll tell you, we have a lot of opportunity. We have people buying farms right now, increasing their holdings, and they want to bring in agritourism. So that's part of it. You know, there's a lot more to this than it's a good time for us to undertake this opportunity. So I'll now just make my motion for that review process to begin. Thank you.
Okay, you're moving it. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you. Discussion on this. Director Kozakovich, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I agree 100%. It is time to do a full review. I know staff are busy and it's going to take a bit to get to this, but you know, 10 years ago, when this was first brought up out of the Leach case, I received a lot of complaints in the community to do with noise, primarily noise from vacation rentals, some of it parking, but most of it, probably 90%, was to do with noise. And eventually we got to the TUP tool as a means of trying to have some compliance in the community, and it did seem to work. We did have less in the way of noise complaints, especially because there was a manager within usually a 15-minute radius. So that certainly helped. With the OCP review process that started last fall in Naramata, we're hearing a lot of issues around housing and the lack of rental housing, and that the vacation rentals are an impact to the availability of rooms for rent. So it's not going to be magic if we change this. That doesn't mean we're going to see oodles of homes allowing long-term rentals. Some people just will not do that. It doesn't matter if they're not allowed to do vacation rentals, they may just leave their home empty. But I think we will see an increase in long-term rentals. We at least need to start the process and have a look at it and see what's working and what's not working, and either possibly make it so that people can only do a vacation rental if they reside in their home or in their carriage house or their basement suite, and then they rent out the rest of the space. If we go that route, that essentially makes it similar to a B&B. You're just not serving breakfast, so maybe no permit is required. I'm not sure what the solution is, but we certainly need to dive in and look at some of the options. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll go to Director Holmes and then Director Gettens.
Yes, thank you. Summerland, we just went through the process of bringing in regulations for short-term rentals. We never had any previously. And I think it's be worth, so the staff there did a lot of work on getting comparisons and of different both regional districts and municipalities in the region and around the province. And I think it's worth looking at that just to see, so we can see, so rather than having to do it all again, we've done it, so you can just, I think we should be able to share that, and it'd be worth looking at how other jurisdictions are dealing with them. And I just had I guess a question on the motion is what so I'm a little, I'm a little unclear what it means to refer to administration for analysis of the feasibility, legislative compliance, and budget impact. Are we talking about we're doing a review on how we regulate short-term rentals? Or are we just looking specifically at TUP? I don't really understand what it is that we're asking staff to do.
Okay, thank you. Director Obert, did you want to answer that?
Yeah, I don't mind at all. And thank you, Director Holmes. I think staff had difficulty with my motion. I had communications with staff by email. And, you know, if you watch the recording of what I said, I think it's pretty clear. But there was some confusion. The confusion went into the, you know, the compliance with provincial wastewater and septic, that regulation. Well, that could be a component of it, but that was not the intent. And to be really clear and real simple, and I know the meeting's being recorded, so hopefully this will help. A review of the bylaw, the whole thing. And it'll take time, but not really looking for feasibility at all. I'm just looking to have the bylaw reviewed, proper process. I understand organizational capacity is a limit. I know there's no, you know, we don't have the ability to do things. We don't have the budget, all those good. I understand all the roadblocks to why we can't. I'm asking that we start, get it on the list in due course, bring it back. We'll have budget starting in August probably, and we'll be able to speak to it in the future. I don't know that we'll get a lot done before the election, but I really think this is important. It impacts housing, it impacts residential rentals. We have compliance issues. I'm a believer that if a law is good, you should enforce it. And if it's not good, you should fix it. This is a chance for us to make it a little bit better, but we have enforcement concerns in our community. So enforcement's part of the review. And when you're getting into enforcement, what's the penalty? I think it's $300 a night right now. Here's the question, is that enough? If you're making $1,000 a night, you know, business people will tell you, hey, cost of doing business, I don't mind. I'm making too much money. I've had a lot of clients who were business people. So it's the whole thing to be reviewed and take it to public for proper process. And then finally, recommendations back from that process with possible amendments. And maybe it'll be, it's perfect the way it is. I doubt that. I think it's possible to do better. And that's really the intent of the motion, is for us to do the work, to learn. It's a lot of work, obviously, but we learn, and then through that process, we get those choices brought back to us, and then we'll make the decision. I think it's preliminary today to figure out what that is. That's why you go through process, so you can learn and have those options. But I hope that helps Director Holmes understand what the intent of my motion was. And I do agree that the language is challenging. I too had difficulty with the language when I read it. I offered to staff I'd speak to them if that would help. I didn't get that opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, and I had seen another hand and I don't see it any longer. I'll go to Director Bush first, but there was someone else who had a hand up too. Go ahead, Director
Yeah,
Bush.
so keep looking.
I am. They disappeared on me.
So I think Director Oberg has a great point. Although I think our strategic planning is already booked for this year, and I think it'd be a great thing to move on to next year.
It's a good point. Am I seeing another hand? Any further discussion on this? I thought memory serves me right, it was Director Gettens who had her hand up, but she's gone again. That's what happened. I lost her. If she's there, can you hear us, Director Gettens? Maybe some technical problems. Any further discussion on this? Go ahead, Director Trainer.
Yeah, I think that it's timely that the regional district does this. More and more, we're seeing more and more vacation rentals, and they really are changing our neighborhoods. I know in Summerland, down where I live, we had several of them, and basically it's, you know, we're putting businesses into residential areas, and you know, that's changing the neighborhood. When you have a group that's coming, a different group that's coming in each week, and you don't know your neighbors, it creates a lot of issues. So I do think that it's time that this is done. In Summerland, it took us a while to do this, and I know Penticton's gone through this. So I think it took us about 2 years, maybe Director Holmes would know. But anyway, I'm just wondering, what is a realistic time to start this process? And knowing that it will take that long, like is it reasonable to start it before the election just to get it going? Maybe CAO Newell could answer that question.
I'll go to the CAO, but I suspect that would come back as part of the part of the report back to us. But go ahead, CAO.
Just all the variables that members have talked about we'll take into consideration and then bring back hopefully a starting date or how long it might take, or obviously we'd need more information from the board as to what variables they wanted to look at. So we'll look at all of that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Looking around for the last time, any further discussion on this? Seeing no hands, I shall call the question. Corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Brings us to the board members' verbal updates. So is there anything to report from anybody's area or municipality? I'll go to Director Sentes first. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just a reminder that SILGA begins next week, Tuesday through Friday, so I'm hoping we'll get a good attendance. We've had a couple of concerns arise just even today where some delegates are ill. So stay tuned. If we have to switch that, we'll certainly keep you apprised. But hopefully Salmon Arms rolling out the red carpet. Jesse Wente, who is the featured speaker, extremely knowledgeable Aboriginal man. I've read his book, which is beyond entertaining. He has, because of the 6th wave of COVID, asked to be virtual, not specifically in attendance from Toronto, but nonetheless, we'll still have him. So hopefully we'll see a lot of you there.
Thank you for that. A good reminder as well. I'm sure most of us are attending, but did I see a hand from Director Oberg? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And I have 4 items of update. And I'll be very brief. Number 1, yesterday we had the Okanagan Falls Irrigation District AGM do their vote. We heard from Lisa Bloomfield earlier today. And I went into the meeting cautiously optimistic, and I left quite inspired. 75 yeses, 6 noes, 92.5% support. That is strong community support. This is a big issue for us, and there'll be more coming, but that is interesting and important. Number 2, Kyle Billich is a grocer from the Lower Mainland, and him and his family are opening a grocery store in OK Falls very soon, month of May. It'll be Village AG Foods. I've been there. I've had a tour. This is going to be a really, really good change for our community, very positive. Number 3, we have our Area D boundary and services process continuing. The committee expects to give a final report in June, which means it'll probably be to this board table in July. And number 4, the LGLA conference, which I attended, was just spectacular. It was amazing. I think what I'll do is I'll put a few words in writing and just circulate for everybody to give a few comments of interest. I'm just going to mention a couple now and I'll add more. But Dr. Bonnie Henry was amazing as a keynote speaker, way more impressive in person than I would have guessed. She spoke about all the obvious stuff, but one thing that caught my ear, and I thought this board would be interested in, is the number one crisis we're facing is the toxic opioid drug crisis. Rural and urban mental health, drug addiction, and she's aware. There's been a review, a committee. She said they're making progress. She said it's painfully slow, too slow. But this is they're aware of the issues, working with Parliament. She is expecting some good successes to be coming. No silver bullets, but I think it's comforting to know how serious that is, and that at the top levels in this country, it's getting the attention that I think we all want to hear that it's getting. Rolly Russell was there. Minister Cullen was amazing. One of the best workshops was surprisingly municipal finance, MIABC, and BC assessment. And I'm going to finish here, but we all know that there's a trend right now from urban to rural. Number 1 in BC last year was Duncan at 55%. South Okanagan, 25 to 40% increase in assessment year over year from July to July 2021. As of March, we're trending another 20%. I spoke to one of the senior managers. He said, expect similar to last year. They don't see the trend changing. This is because of a lot of lifestyle changes as a result of COVID. It's the super hot market in the Lower Mainland. Kelowna now is really expensive. And it's the rural areas that are getting discovered because they were below market, and they're going up fast. I think the chair probably knows in his community what's happened. And this speaks to the importance of that grant and the housing we talked about earlier. These things overlap. So those are all my remarks, but thank you very much.
Thank you for that update. Anything further? Go ahead, Director Bush.
I don't have anything from our area, but when you talked about the meeting with the PIB, I was wondering if there was any talk of putting in more washrooms along the channel.
It was mentioned. I can't speak to specifics on it, but it is something that the staff are going to get together and kind of work on some of these and bring it to us.
Thousands of people a day floating down the river, and there's no place for them to go to the bathroom.
Well, it's limited, put it that way.
Yeah. And I'm told the ones that they did have were very, very
yeah. We did get a kind of a sneak peek at that. What's
the other thing is, it's got to be better for Skaha Lake. I know Okanagan isn't affected, but Skaha has to be affected.
It's definitely on the concern list for sure.
It's our drinking water.
Anything further from the board as far as announcements? Seeing no hands, we're just about at the end of the meeting. I would thank Director Rhodes and Director Allison for stepping in for their directors today as alternates. Nice to see you. Never did get to see Linda, but I know she's been there. So thank you for attending. And looking for a motion to adjourn.
Are we not going to corporate? You thought if there was time?
Yeah, we'll go straight to that immediately
forgive me,
after
forgive
this
me.
one.
Okay.
I was going to mention that, but thank you. So motion to adjourn, seconded. Thank you. All in favor?
Any opposed? Motion carries. So that does give us enough time to go to corporate services. So we do have a proposed agenda. Looking for a motion on that. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. 2 items. Corporate or a quarterly report for corporate services, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think so the activity report that we bring forward under corporate services is our 4 internal support functions. So information services, human resources, legislative services, and finance. And they've all reported on what they've been working on over the first quarter and what their intentions are for the second quarter. And I think I'll just leave it open for questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there any questions for the CAO on the quarterly report? Seeing no hands, we'll go through this quickly then. Okay, next on the agenda was the Corporate Action Plan Q3 report for information, CAO.
Okay, so the board did adopt the 2022 corporate business plan on January 20th. And as I mentioned before, our intent this year is to try and clean up on some of these extended projects that we've been working on over your term, try and complete those before the election on October 15th. And then obviously there will be some that will carry forward, but that would leave some room for the 2022 to 26 board of directors to add their new projects on. So that was the intent, Mr. Chair. But what I thought I'd do is just take you quickly through the corporate action plan report. This is the form that we bring in order to allow the board oversight on the corporate business plan. And we do it in a cascading fashion in that we have 4 key success drivers. And when you look down the very left-hand column of the action plan, that's the first number. So the first number for the first key success driver is a high-performing organization. The next one's customer service. The next sustainable community, and then oversight in representative democracy. So those are the 4 key success drivers. Under each of those, we have a number of goals. And then under each of those goals, we have a number of objectives. And then really where I'm going with this is that in the corporate action plan, we focus on performance indicators as to how you can measure our progress against those objectives that have been sent out. So under high-performing organization, our first goal is to be effective and fiscally responsible. And the first objective then is on the financial management reporting. And this is where we report on our budgeting process and on our audit and on a number of other indicators that you can use to see how we're doing. The only one that we had targeted for Q1 of 2022 was to adopt our 2022-2026 financial plan. We're legislated to have a 5-year budget, and each year annually it has to be submitted to the province by March 31st. And of course, we were successful in that. So that one is complete. The next one that you'll see on this one is that our auditors are just completing the 2021 audit. And we're just in the process of preparing the statement of financial information. And both of those will be coming in to you early in May. I think Jim is trying to get the auditors set up for either the first or second meeting in May. As far as effective, as everybody knows, and you can see, those in the boardroom can see how much room is taken up by the technological requirements now with regards to electronic participation. And with the pandemic extending over 2 years, everybody's cautious about the space and the distancing between desks. And how we keep everybody safe in the office, including our customers. So it just takes a lot more room. And we had identified a building right across from City Hall, across Main Street. It was a First West building. We've, with the COVID funding that the board received, we were able to rent the first and second floors, and the transition over to that, a bit problematic in that the building didn't meet building code, and the city appropriately held us to task on that. So with the leasehold improvements that were made, it's now compliant. We've got our finance department in there and our information services department, and it's working out very well. So that is done. We're over there. The reason why we were interested in that First West building was because it had their data center on the second floor. And we know out of our cyber attack in 2020 and the forensic audit that was done and the information services plan that was done, is that we were woefully weak in the space that we had and our current technology and our systems, and it just made a whole bunch of sense for us to go over and really just take over an abandoned data center from First West. So we are there now, and our department is setting that up, and it'll be well worth our time and effort when that is completely done. We are still waiting for the fiber to go in. Right now we're operating on Wi-Fi, but we will be completely up to date with fiber there soon. So that was it as far as the this part. We also have a goal to be healthy and safe, and we didn't have anything really from a Q1. The board should be aware that we are proceeding down that certificate of recognition process as far as really benchmarking with other organizations and meeting standards that have been set up by safety organizations throughout the province. And that will involve the board to somewhat, but it does take an independent auditor to come in and measure us against these standards that have been set up by the safety associations. And we'll be keeping the board updated on that, but that will be down the road. One thing I will point out under our high-performing organization, this is our staff perception survey process, where each November we go out and we survey all of our staff based on those 8 characteristics of high-performing organizations. And I showed you the results, the statistical results of the 2021 survey. Typically, we would form an employee committee to look at those results and come up with a plan for the next year. In 2022, we're going to suspend that. We're moving forward jointly on a leadership program and a customer service program. And we're going to just complete that and come up with a whole different plan. We think those two activities are really going to benefit the organization as a whole. So we'll plot ahead on that. And then the last goal under a high-performing organization was to take the most advantage that we can of our information technology. And one of the plans on that was connectivity. And Mr. Francisco has been attending most of the electronic meetings with Minister Bear. And you'll be familiar that with the fiber that's run up now up through the Similkameen, we still have a weakness in the Okanagan, and we still have some weakness as far as the companies that provide cable internet throughout some of our more remote areas. So we're working on that, and Danny will report on that in the near future. And then we had a whole bunch of recommendations out of our cyber attack report and our audit we're going to do as well. When we get into key success driver number 2, which is optimizing customer experience. So on this one, one of the objectives that had been set out at the time when this plan was being prepared was for the conversion of the Lower Nippet Improvement District. And as the board's familiar with, we decided not to proceed with that. So that one is being abandoned. And then otherwise, we have a number of activities that will occur in the second and third quarters. Our intent is really to try and clear as much of this off by the end of the third quarter prior to the election. And then we'll move forward following. We had some stuff with regards to transit that had been held off. So these were projects that had been carried forward from year to year because BC Transit during the pandemic wasn't doing their capital plan. So the introduction of the West Bench service and then the doubling of the Kelowna Penticton service, they're now underway. We're still working on the Princeton service with the town of Princeton in order to determine whether we need to establish a service to take the Princeton transit service under our wing to get it all the way into Penticton so they can hook up with those other connecting buses. So that's underway, and we'll try and get that done before the end of Q3. Under key success driver number 3, which is regional sustainability, we've got our 3 goals, really the 3 pillars of community sustainability. So social, economic, and environmental. And this is where a number of our projects fall. It was somewhat disconcerting at the November 24th, 25th strategic planning workshop, where we added a number of goals into the 2022 business plan. And Chris Mr. Garish came back later and said, look, we just can't do these in 2022. And we took a number of them off. So I've reported on those in the corporate action plan, the ones that we deleted. And those came forward at our February 17th board meeting. So they're still on the docket. It's just that we aren't going to be able to do them this year. We certainly won't lose them though. And other than that, there were a few things on Q1. Chris mentioned earlier on his activity report that we had expected to have that review of the regional growth strategy complete in Q1. It's very close. It's going to be coming into the board in May. So we'd like to get that one complete. That'll be a good discussion on where our growth areas are going to be. The whole issue with regards to solid waste collection and organics treatment. So we're very close to completing the organics treatment and processing facility at the Oliver landfill for the south. And if we get that done, we'd like to do a pilot as far as curbside collection of compostables in the fall, just to make sure that we're completely set up for the larger program that would occur if we get approval from the Agricultural Land Commission on our preferred site for the north organics treatment and processing facility. And if so, then we'll move forward into curbside collection of compostables when that's available. Under both of those programs, the south one, we got a $2 million grant to do the Oliver one and $300,000 to do the pilot on the collection. And we got the $11 million grant that's pending for the 1313 Great Back Mountain Road compostable facility. So we have the money necessary to proceed, which is unusual for us. And now we're just waiting on the regulatory approval. And there's so much depending on that. I mean, we're undergoing a master planning process for Campbell Mountain Landfill. We're doing the design operation closure plan on all of our landfills. They built a new entrance egress for Campbell Mountain landfill with new weigh scales to try and relieve the lineups that we get during the busy seasons. All of that depends on this organics compost facility that we need approval from the ELC on. Basically, everything is on hold until we get a final response on that. And the board's aware that was initially rejected, and now we have our appeal in, and we just haven't heard back on that yet. Director Obrecht mentioned the conversion process for the Okanagan Falls Irrigation District. That is promising with the result of the vote at their annual general meeting last night. So now we have a whole list on our work breakdown structure as to what we need to see happen prior to the end of the year so that we can bring that online as a regional district service in January of 2023. And we'll give the board regular updates on that as we move along. Once we get into our fourth key success driver, and this is providing governance and oversight in a representative democracy. Obviously, the big one under this is the election. So this is a full year program for all local governments. We have a number of regulatory steps as far as appointing returning officers and getting the bylaw done, and then preparing for the election on October 15th. So we're well along on that. Everything that we needed to get done in January, February, March was done. And I think I'll leave it there unless there's questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any questions of the CAO on the corporate action plan? Making sure I'm not missing any hands. Seeing none, I think you did a thorough job on reporting it. Looking then for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, all in favor. Thank you very much. Anybody opposed? I'm assuming that's a late hand from Director Gettens there, but the motion would carry anyway. So we are adjourned. Thanks everybody for attending today, and we're through end of our first session where most or more people were back in the room. So yeah. Gosh.
Well, I'm tired.
I didn't know. Was everyone going to Silver?
Yes, see you there for sure.
What's up?